is not.
Okay, cool.
So you'll open that, but you must help this lady here. She's a little bit old, so she's not like our yesterday's program director. So yeah. After that, we'll go for coffee. Then we can fiddle the rest during break when they're gone.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
just get this one going.
I think this is the one.
Where are those program director ladies?
Is it this one? These two, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me
So you
see.
just.
We'd like to welcome you to take a seat. We'll be starting shortly. We just have a slight delay.
Apologies. Dr. Lucet has picked her up this one, so we can start. sit talk after me. So let's start. When Dr. Prof went first.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It seems like you're still recovering from last night's networking session because the room was full to capacity yesterday, and today we are a bit still filling up, and we'll blame Cape Town traffic, right? So good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, partners, and innovators. Welcome to day 2 of the 2nd Annual Business Incubation Web Association Conference, or as I call it, a family reunion, except with, that uncle and a lot more brain power in the room. It's wonderful to see incubators, academics, entrepreneurs, and business here today to share ideas, lessons, and perhaps even a few survival stories from the roller coaster world of incubation. And if you are in incubation, you will know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Last year was our first conference, and like any business, it was filled with excitement, nerves, and coffee, lots of coffee. So today we're back, older, wiser, and with stronger Wi-Fi. So we've got a rich program lined up for you today, filled with messages of support from leaders who champion entrepreneurship and research, as well as an inspiring keynote from our guest speaker. So buckle up, we're in for an insightful day. And not to delay you any further, I'm going to call on our first message of support, and I just want to make sure that I do pronounce her name correctly, from the Free State, from the Central University of Technology, acting TVC, I'd like to welcome Professor Wendy Sitla-Lintwe. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, conference organizers, keynote speakers, panelists, academic colleagues, students, innovators, entrepreneurs, and delegates present here. Let me rather say all protocol observed without leaving anyone behind. It's such a great honor for me to stand before you today at the ICBI conference on behalf of the Central University of Technology. And as the acting DVC there, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to all of you. And as CUT, I must say we are truly honored to be part of BIWA, the Business Incubation Web Association. We are newcomers here, and we really feel honored to be part of you. We are living in an era of perpetual disruption, as we all know, and technological advances are redefining every sector, from finance to farming, and from education to energy. But with these disruptions, there comes possibility. And with uncertainty comes opportunity. That is why this conference is so vital. And that this conference is more than a series of presentations and panel discussions, but is a living laboratory of ideas where we as academics, as entrepreneurs, as policymakers and change makers come together to reimagine what business can be in this fast changing world, a world full of both challenges and opportunities. And this conference brings together brilliant minds in academia, in industry, in government, as you have heard yesterday, and civil society, to explore how innovation can be harnessed, not just for profit, but for impact, inclusion, and sustainability. So this morning I ask you, what role will you play in shaping the future of our country? Innovation is more than just invention. It is the process of turning knowledge and creativity into solutions that have tangible impact on our economics. on our communities and on our environments. It is about doing things differently, better, to meet needs that are constantly evolving. So we often equate innovation with technology, but true innovation is broader, deeper, and more human. It is the art of transforming knowledge into impact, and it's not just invention, but implementing, doing things differently and better to meet the real evolving needs of our communities and economies. So yes, we celebrate breakthroughs in AI, in biotechnology, and clean energy. But we must also ask ourselves the following questions. Are these innovations accessible to everybody? Are they inclusive? Are they sustainable? So at the Central University of Technology, we believe innovation must be a collective endeavor, not luxury for a few, but a right for many. And as a university, our responsibility is not only to conduct cross-cutting edge research, but to translate that research into real solutions, real world solutions, to build bridges between theory and practice, and also to foster ecosystems that support innovators, entrepreneurs, and change makers from all walks of life. So let me now speak briefly about incubation, one of the most exciting and yet under-leveraged assets of our innovation ecosystems. Think of innovation hubs as cradles of possibility, the safe spaces where early-stage ideas are nurtured into viable ventures, where failure is not feared but embraced as part of learning curve. Innovation provides safe space for risk-taking. It enables testing of ideas, refining business models, and forging partnerships. But even more than that, incubation fosters resilience, which is a quality that every entrepreneur needs in abundance. I'm sure you have heard the speaker yesterday, an entrepreneur who spoke so fondly about being resilient as an entrepreneur because of challenges that you will come across. It's not just smooth sailing if you are running your own business, for example. Yeah, so these hubs offer more than just infrastructure. They provide mentorship, market access, networks, and perhaps most importantly, sense of belonging for those brave enough to innovate. So to all incubators and accelerators represented here today, your work matters. You are planting the seeds for tomorrow's breakthroughs. And the role of university in the innovation ecosystem is that as higher education institutions, we are deeply committed to playing an active role in our national and regional innovation ecosystems. And it is through our research outputs, our engagement with industry, and our support for student entrepreneurship that we are inventing in a future where ideas can thrive and where knowledge is mobilized for the good of the public. But innovation cannot thrive in silos. That is why partnerships are key. We need collaboration between universities, businesses, and between government and the civil society, and between local and international stakeholders. Because when we bring our strengths together, we create the synergies that are far greater than we can achieve alone. And this is the true spirit of this conference, which is collaboration, knowledge, exchange, and co-creation. The third pillar of the portfolio that I'm currently acting on at CUT, I'm in research, innovation, and engagement. So the third pillar of the portfolio is engagement, which is also central to the conversations that we are having at this conference. We cannot speak about innovation and incubation without considering the broader impact we have on the communities that we serve. And we must also ask ourselves, how are our innovations addressing real-world problems? Are we including the voices of those who are marginalized? Are we solving the right problems, not just profitable ones? And innovation must not be innovation for its own sake. It must be intentional. It must be ethical. and also sustainable. It must speak to the great challenges of our time, such as inequality, unemployment, climate change, food security, digital exclusion, just to mention a few, and offer new pathways forward. So at the Central University of Technology, we are proud to support conferences such as this one because they align so closely with our vision of being a university that is responsive, innovative, and transformative. And we are investing in research that matters, in partnerships that deliver impact, and in infrastructure that supports ideation and entrepreneurship. Whether it is through technology transfer offices, our enterprise development programs, or our innovation labs, we are committed to nurturing an environment where innovation can flourish. But we are also humble enough to know that we cannot do it alone. That is why we are here today and this week, to listen, to learn, and also to collaborate. To the young innovators and aspiring entrepreneurs amongst us today, I want to speak to you directly. And I'm aware there are two from my university. The future does not belong to the passive. It belongs to the curious, the bold, and the resilient. It belongs to those who are not afraid to fail, forward to learn, to adapt, and to try again. So your ideas matter. I was chatting to a student who's going to present today. She was so anxious and she was so afraid. She said, I'm so intimidated by titles of people who are in our midst. So then I just told her that your ideas matter. You need not worry. So don't wait for the perfect moment. Start where you are, with what you have, and build something that not only serves the market, but serves humanity. In closing, I want to thank the organizers of ICBII, or BIWA, for creating this vital space for dialogue, debate, and discovery. And to all the presenters and participants, may your ideas inspire action. May your discussions spark partnerships. May your connections ignite innovations that leave a legacy. And let this not be a once-off gathering, but the beginning of a longer journey of collaboration, co-creation, and shared success. And let us all not just live here informed, but inspired, even to do better and more, not just as individuals, but as a community of change makers. So I would like to thank you and wish you a productive, engaging, and impactful conference ahead. But before I take my seat, I would just want to share with you a small video clip just to let you get to know what our university is all about. It was taken early last year, but a lot has changed. At the time when this video was taken, our small university had, for example, 24 NRF-rated researchers. But as of today, there are 31 and 8 are waiting outcome from NRF.
In the tapestry of time, where dreams intertwine with destiny, there emerges a sanctuary of knowledge, a beacon of innovation. Welcome to the Central University of Technology, Free State, CUT, where 20 years of vision and dedication have forged a path of inspiration and brilliance. As the sun rises on this auspicious year of 2024, we stand at the threshold of possibility, gazing back at our journey and looking forward to the horizons yet to be explored. With hearts ablaze and minds alight, we celebrate 20 years of excellence and innovation since we became a University of Technology in 2004. We have achieved numerous social and technological innovations and developed 66,616 graduates into competent, responsible, and productive citizens. Together with our staff and partners, these graduates have been the backbone of many innovations at CUT. We continue to empower current students through entrepreneurship education to think creatively and approach challenges with innovation. This effort has proven successful, and we are proud of this new spirit of entrepreneurship. We have utilized our expertise in additive manufacturing, advanced product manufacturing, and food safety to develop a potential sustainable food supply and manufacturing capacity, especially for brewing. Various centers have been established to advance our knowledge in food sustainability, biotechnology, rapid prototyping and manufacturing, and drug discovery. We have a team of academics, including 24 National Research Foundation rated researchers, who are committed to making a difference in these highly specialized fields. As a leading university in 3D printing technology, we have changed the lives of ordinary people by producing customized medical implants. The Medical Device Additive Manufacturing Technology Demonstrator Project is making a significant impact by developing the local medical device industry and reducing the country's reliance on costly imported medical devices. The project has already positively impacted more than 2,500 patients. The project continues to grow. Our pioneering efforts in the medical field are truly inspiring and a testament to the power of innovation. Here are some noteworthy achievements. Our engineering students proved their excellence by winning the 2014 Sasol Baja SAE competition, showcasing their remarkable ability to conceptualize real-world engineering projects. The Unit for Sustainable Water Environment was established in cooperation with local and international partners to address the ongoing water scarcity crisis. A new drug was discovered in 2016 to treat parasite-caused infections in aquatic animals, and the research was published in the prestigious scientific reports. Collaboration with traditional healers in Tabanchu assisted in integrating indigenous knowledge with modern medicine. A precision diesel system was launched to automate farmers' logbooks for tax-related finances. Our students built a solar car that competed globally in the Sasol Solar Car Challenge. Our hotel school and agricultural farm offer top-notch training for our students, enabling them to succeed in their respective fields of hospitality and farming. Essential medical equipment was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as 3D printed masks for non-invasive patient ventilation, hospital equipment, and sanitizers. Our investment in this technology helped us become the first institution in Africa to receive ISO 13485 certification for manufacturing medical devices. We have 12 photovoltaic solar arrays and a 153.7 kilowatt peak solar plant, allowing students to learn about solar power terrain. Every thread we weave leaves an indelible mark on history. We celebrate this 20-year milestone and honor those who came before us. We stand on the shoulders of giants and make our mark, determined to pave the way for future generations. For 20 years, we have been thinking beyond, shaping the future and inspiring greatness. Our story is a testament to the power of perseverance, the beauty of innovation, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. We boldly look towards the future with unyielding confidence, knowing that the best is yet to come. We march forward with determination, knowing that together we are beginning a new chapter of CUT's journey. CUT, 20 years of thinking beyond.
Thank you, Professor Sitla Lintwe from the Central University of Technology. Amazing work happening at your university, the innovation, through incubation, through innovation hubs is just, something which academia is really moving and shifting, academic spaces are moving and shifting towards, and just shows that without collaboration, that these things are possible through collaboration and working together, and that's why we have you all here in the room today, so that through BIWA we can create those spaces and really take it to the next level. So with that message of support, I'd like to thank you. I'm going to call another message of support, and that is from Dr. Simpiwe Nelana. And this is a guy who can put his money where his mouth is. Is he in the room? Yeah. Oh, he's in the room. I see him. Good morning. Good morning, Doc. Is it Doc or Prof? Oh. Good morning, Doc. Doc is from the Vaal University of Technology. He's the DVC of Innovation, Commercialization and Internationalization. And he was crowned last year. The reason why I say he can put his money where his mouth is because last year he was the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education DVC of the Year. Congratulations. The floor is yours. I hope you're not as short as me because I believe podiums were built by tall men like Michael, like you. So.
Good morning. I would like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor in absentia, Professor Nhlapo. Is my former boss. I used to work here. So the 20 years that CBUT is celebrating, I was part of, I think 3 years of it. So I want to acknowledge my former boss because I was the research HOD at the Faculty of Applied Sciences. So I'm part of CPUT. I'm happy to be back here. I would like to acknowledge also the Vice Chancellor for Research and Partnership, Professor Sheldon. I remember the time I was in the Faculty of Science, you were actually in engineering. Now we're actually colleagues as DVCs. I also want to acknowledge the DVC from NMU, Mr. Jack, and also Professor Feza, and also other DVCs who are here, also colleagues from CUT, and all the dignitaries and the speakers that are here. I've not prepared a video, so don't expect anything at the end. Yeah, just I'm the video. The best you can come close to VUT is the fact that I'm wearing a T-shirt from VUT. Also to the founder and the chairman of this big association, BIWA, Professor Losse. I think he has done a tremendous job. Can you give him a round of applause? I don't know the term to use. I'll use the term that is an enforcer. He forces things, he pushes. So I'm happy that his conference, I think the second leg of this conference is actually a success also. When he introduced this concept to me, I didn't even request permission from my bosses to join. I went ahead and said, we're joining. And I was asking, is there a membership form? He said, no. You just say yes, then we can put you on board. Within a day, our VUT logo, university logo, was actually as part of this BIWA. So I'm happy for that. I also went ahead and introduced BIWA to my colleagues because compared to the other colleagues or other sister universities, I think VUT is still trying to get to the level where the other institutions are in terms of entrepreneurship and the incubation space and SME support. So I want to acknowledge that. We want to acknowledge our weakness. So we felt that by kind of associating ourselves with trendsetters or other institutions that are ahead of us, it will actually assist us to really to get where we want to be. For example, just a month ago, we had a breakaway, about 2-day breakaway, where we actually had a stakeholder relations or stakeholder engagement, internally to find out where we are as a university as far as entrepreneurship ecosystem is concerned. And out of that interaction, we're able then to come up with a document that will actually set an agenda for us to reach where we want to be. So engaging in conferences of this nature and also interacting with other sister universities, we're learning. Because I remember earlier on, we invited to University of Mpumalanga, where they brought in, I think there's Professor also was there. There is a kind of international incubation association. It's mainly in the East Asia kind of part of the world, Philippines, Malaysia. We took part in that. What I'm trying to say is we can only learn from each other. We don't need to bring in other people from outside our space. We need to learn from each other. So I'm happy to be part of this to an extent that I want even more involvement of Valley University of Technology as part of this association. When we were requested to deploy people to be part of the scientific board or scientific committee, I talked to my people. There are professors who might not be here today, but who actually lend hand in terms of actually reviewing the abstracts. So the support was already there. I just wanted to commit our support from the side of the university. So we are a university, just to introduce us, that used to be a technicon of the past, now is the University of Technology. We are on the southern part of Gauteng province. At least you get to pass, if you're coming from the side of Johannesburg, you get to pass Soweto and get to us. So this is something, so because as you know, Soweto is south western township, so we're actually on the southern part of Gauteng. We are a small University of Technology, about 20,000 students. We've got about 4 faculties, but now we also want to inculcate the culture of entrepreneurship in all our programs. That's why we are participating in this. And our colleagues who actually submitted papers who are also presenting here as part of the VUT. So from the side of VUT, in fact, Dr. Losa, don't look at your phone. I'm going to say something here. To an extent possible, I don't know how the board works in terms of circulating the conference. We are ready to host 2026. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Nelane. We are ready for VUT because we're done with Cape Town traffic. Sure. It's 10 kilometers where I stay. It took me 30 to 40 minutes to get here, so I'm done. I'm from Gqeberha, the Nelson Mandela University, and it's a breeze to drive along the ocean to work. But here in Cape Town, something else. No, thank you. Thanks, Doc. Next, we hear from the Walter Sisulu University. We hear from Professor Nosisi Feza. She is the Professor, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Internationalization. Thank you. Just give her a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm coming from a special space, Walter Sisulu University. There's something special about where I'm coming from. My university is on Nelson Mandela Drive. My university is named after our stalwart, Walter Sisulu. My university is in OR Tambo district. Therefore, I might be as short as I am, but I'm the tallest in the room. As I talk to you and trying to present our message of support, I'd like to appreciate all the colleagues from all the universities here, DVCs. Prof. Slalendo, it was nice seeing you. I'm so sorry I was late. I'm not her boss. I was not her boss. I was her colleague. I would like to recognize my colleagues from Walter Sisulu. I was happy to see your faces as I was coming in. And my ex-colleagues from Walter Sisulu are here, who have moved to my ex-universities. I see you. It's amazing. South Africa has only 26 universities, and I have worked with more than 4, and also including research councils. This morning, I would also like to appreciate our colleagues from the department, from government, and I would like to appreciate our colleagues from the private sector. Because what we are talking about today, it's not owned by academic space. Actually, the academic space has failed to produce entrepreneurs. Whether we like it or not, we have modules, we have programs, we have graduates, but when we look around, we have no job creators. So this becomes so special. I am therefore honored to extend my wholehearted support for this entrepreneurship collaboration amongst institutions of higher education, private sector, the government sector. This initiative stands as a powerful example of how a collective vision and shared commitment can drive innovation, empower students, and make lasting contributions to economic growth and social development. Special appreciation goes to the initiators of this collaboration, whose foresight and leadership have made this partnership possible. Our Ds of entrepreneurship, one of them from Oxford University in England, Dr. Lose, exemplifies excellence, creativity, and global recognition. His achievement is not only a personal milestone, but also a beacon of inspiration for our students, colleagues, and the broader higher education community. I'm struggling with carrying this thing of yours. I'm sorry about that. I know you are struggling with my height too. To truly build an ecosystem for entrepreneurial graduates, universities, technical colleges must embrace significant structural changes that move beyond the traditional limits of business schools and faculties. These include curriculum transformation, embedding entrepreneurship across all disciplines. Well, what do I mean by that? I'm an entrepreneur because I'm marketable. I market myself. I re-innovate and reimagine myself. Therefore, everyone needs to be able to do that when you are a graduate. We need to include our engineering, health sciences, education, arts, and sciences students alike have to be exposed to entrepreneurial thinking, problem solving, innovation. Secondly, experiential learning platforms, replacing purely theoretical models with incubators, accelerators, and innovation hubs where students can test ideas, access seed funding, and learn directly from entrepreneurs and industry leaders. Some of our industry leaders didn't go to university, so please recognize them. But they are excellent leaders. interdisciplinary collaboration, breaking down silos between faculties to allow multidisciplinary teams of students and researchers to co-create solutions with societal and commercial impact. We all know how the global community is struggling to achieve and attain the Sustainable Development Goals. It is because we are unable to assimilate ourselves and interconnect ourselves to the society so that we can together co-create solutions and have our impact on the society. Industry and community integration, forging stronger partnerships with industry, government, and communities to ensure students are working on real challenges that demand innovative, scalable solutions. Policy and institutional support, establishing enabling frameworks within universities that incentivize entrepreneurship through funding schemes, recognition systems, and intellectual property policies that encourage students and staff to innovate. Through these changes, we can ensure that our graduates are not only prepared for the world of work, but positioned to transform it, create opportunities, build enterprises, and championing innovation for the benefit of the society. Together, we affirm our mission to make higher education a launch pad for entrepreneurship, resilience, and lasting impact. To our young entrepreneurs, our students who are here and those who are still at home, we are proud of you. Coming from Walter Sisulu University, I've seen undergraduate students taking a turn, starting their businesses while they are studying. Not studying for work, but studying to enhance and nurture their businesses. Things have changed. The kind of a student we have is completely different and thinks differently. So we embrace you. We want you to preserve and never let anything to block you. When you fall, you must not fall and land on the floor. You fall and you pick yourself and you brush yourself up and you continue with the journey. The future is in your hands. One of my favorite authors, Peter Drucker, says the best way to predict the future is to create it. Is to create it. You create your own future. No one will do it for you. And Theodore will say creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. I therefore render Walter Sisulu University support to this drive. And I have heard my colleagues saying we are taking it in 2026. You mean, Mina? I'm somebody else. You are in trouble. Watch the space. Let's look what happens in 2026. I'm not going to pronounce it, but I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Feza. Indeed, it shows, right? With us short people, dynamite comes in short, small packages, right? Thanks, Prof. Next up, we have our keynote address. Our keynote address speaker today is Professor Michael Samuelson, a professor at the UCT GSB. He has been a leading force in entrepreneurship since 1998, when I was born. Recognized for his award-winning research and impactful consultancy, he has actively contributed to educational programs and governmental initiatives for entrepreneurs across the globe, including the US, Europe, and various African nations. As the founder of 3 successful business incubators and accelerators, he brings a wealth of experience in technology transfer and startup development. Notably, he served as CEO of SSE Business Labs from 1997 to 2014, overseeing the rise of notable startups like Klarna, valued at over $1 billion. His diverse experience spans life sciences and fast-moving consumer goods. With a deep commitment to entrepreneurship, he has studied over 1,000 venture projects, focusing on startup funding, business incubation, and the long-term effects of various funding types. He is a 2-time recipient of the National Federation of Independent Business Award and Best Research Paper at the Babson Entrepreneurship Research Conference. His expertise offers invaluable insights for aspiring entrepreneurs and established businesses alike. Without further ado, I'd like to call on Professor Samuelson to come and address us. Thank you.
Yeah. I suppose this podium was built for me. Yes. Good morning. And I'm just going to appreciate the organizer for inviting me to have this speech and you who are here to listen to it. So as the long introduction about me was kind of a story of a journey, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. But first I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. And the first question is, how do you really know that I am a real professor? There's something on me that makes me a real professor. No, the genes. And the genes that makes me a real professor because they are not mine. Because I took my bicycle to work as I normally do in the mornings. And I have my office in the waterfront at the Graduate School of Business. And I come into the office, getting my stuff together. I'm in my bicycle gears, and there is no pants. I do not have pants, so I forgot the pants part of what I was supposed to have for you today. 7 in the morning, no pants, what do? You go to your daughter's boyfriend and wake him up and borrow his pants. That's the professor. You don't even remember pants. Yeah, I suppose I could have come about pants. But, so I'm going to start with a little bit of a recap of the introduction. So I look at this as a journey. So we learn stuff every day. And you understand how old I am when you were born in 1998. So I'm still learning. And that's the key to the end part of what I'm going to say today. The first part might be a bit provocative in this room. The second part is hopefully less so, I hope. So how many of you are running incubators, business incubators? Hands up. Accelerators, is that a different part? Venture studios, tech transfer offices, science parks. Any founders, firm founders? Any government people? So I can make fun of them? No? All right, that's fine. It's just, I was going to keep it quiet then. Academics, researchers. Ah, nice mix. Very good. All right. So now I know I'm not going to try to offend any of you. So I started this actually before 1998. So I grew up in an entrepreneurial family. My dad used us as child labor. I have 5 brothers. Every time there was a job that was dirty, boring, he brought us from this age. At 20, I tried to take over his firm because I thought he was the most stupid person in the world. He obviously didn't let me do that because he thought I was the most stupid person in the world. But he gave me the painting department. And that is what I started as my real firm experience, running a firm. I didn't start it, I just ran it. 20 years old, terrible experience. They hated me, I hated them. I didn't know what to do. And I was not experienced enough to do what I'm supposed to do. So that's the first lesson. You don't do stuff that you don't know how to do them, because then you're going to fail. I was lucky because in Sweden at that period of time, there was a boom in the construction industry. So I didn't have to do anything. People were calling me, do this, do that, do that. So I grew the firm from 2 people to 20 people. But I hated it every day. And then I sold it back to my dad, which was the best part of my life. Because then I could continue my journey and travel the world. So that's what I've done since then. And I ended up in South Africa 8 years ago, working at the University of Cape Town at the business school. I'm a professor in entrepreneurship and innovation. I'm running our entrepreneurship specialization, supervising. I have one of my beautiful PhD students that's now a doctor. Mamorena Matsoso is part of the committee here. So big applaud for her. And I'm that crazy professor that do too many things. So my daily stuff that I do is I start and run businesses. I do research on businesses, and I teach businesses. And I've been fortunate enough to do that for the last 30 years. And I'm going to use that experience for the first part of this little speech, and then the rest is going to be something else. So you probably know this more than I. What is 10%? One out of 10. Tiny. 1 out of 10 firms or people that try to start a firm survive 10 years. So out of 10 startups, 1 survived 10 years. Out of the ones that actually survives, how many do you think generate a revenue that is higher than an average salary in the country? You can take a wild guess. 10%. 10. So out of 10 surviving, 1 generates on average a salary higher than 1 full-time salary in that country. So 10 again. So out of the 10 that actually survives, only 1 generates more money than an average salary. And now you're thinking, could that even be true? And it is. You can look at basically any country's statistics and look at the firm revenues, and you will see that in every country there is a massive amount of small micro companies that do not have revenue or a very, very low level of revenue. And this is revenue. So you know that there is also cost associated to revenue. So none of these are more or less profitable. Nothing. So when we say that we want people to become entrepreneurs, we basically set them down a road that's going to make them really, really, really sad. Because the average time that they spend doing this is 3 years. And the ones that are successful and survive spend 10 years, if you define success as survival. So you do not just lure them down the road to do something that they probably cannot do because they're not going to survive, but they also spend a lot of time and money doing that. So imagine any of your I suppose, experiences. Somebody takes 3 years out of your life. You get nothing in return. Imagine what you could have done with those years. In your prime age, now we're talking about younger people should start companies. University students that should start companies. There's no difference here. They do not survive more often than any other category. There's actually a couple of categories that do survive and actually generates more income than others. I'll come back to that. But anyway, instead of, if they could get a job, for example, or they could further educate themselves for that period of time, it's probably much more valuable. Not just for that person, but also for whom else? Society. You will have more educated people and more experienced people that could do stuff later. So that's not a very happy start of the day, is it? I can see you're almost crying, some of you. You're like, oh, no, 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 no. But there is a couple of factors that actually improve the odds here. Age is one. So if you look at across the board, the older persons on average start better firms. And that kind of comes by default, because older people are pretty much better on anything, because they have more experiences, they know stuff, and they also have a base, a network that they can rest their ventures around. So they have experience, network, resources, and they're probably pretty good at something, because they've also been around for a while. So that's where I suppose the incubation process kind of started. You know, it started as a chicken in a chicken factory in the US in the 50s. So it was not supposed to be a chicken, it was an old chicken factory, so it was a real estate play, bring companies in here, let them grow, and incubate them. But an incubator, what is that technically? I'm going to depress you for a while more. What is an incubator? It's a little space, it's warm, it's cozy, it's shelter from the different forces from outside. It keeps stuff alive that probably shouldn't even be alive. I assume you heard about Darwin, the survival of the fittest. So if you keep things alive that shouldn't be alive, and then you let them out of that little thing, what do you think is going to happen with them? They will struggle, because they're not forced to act under competition like all the other little chickens that are surrounding them, but they are outside the incubator. So one of my longest research projects is we looked at the Swedish incubator system, and Sweden was fairly early starting with incubators. So the first generation incubators were actually venture studios. So companies with a lot of money, people with a lot of money in the 90s started small little places where they kept their investments. So people that started firms, they got money and a place to do, and they run it. Worked out fairly well, and then they just incorporated everything back into the large corporation. Then you had the government initiated the second generation. We need to put this into universities of some strange reason. We take business incubators, we put them in universities or around universities, and we fund them. So there was 23 Swedish, not universities, but kind of combination of high school universities, 23 incubators. And I followed those incubators from 2003 to 2020. So almost 20 years. 3,500 companies were started. The survival rate is 30%. The average revenue is, in salary terms, 3 average salaries per company. The funny part is that if you compare those companies that were inside the incubation systems and you do it on revenue and employment and internationalization. So some of the things that we wanted to achieve with this approach was to generate firms, revenue, employment, jobs, and internationalization. Because we also wanted foreign money coming back to Sweden because we're a small country. And then you take a comparative samples. You're trying to isolate the twins, so you will have the incubator firms here, and you will have the firms that started outside incubators here. They look the same, they started the same year, same size, same people, same education, same age, same geographical area, same everything, more or less. Twins. And then we compare them 1 year after, 2 years after, 3 years after, 4 years after, 5 years after, 6 years after, 7 years after, 10 years after. You probably understand now, but who do you think are performing better than the other one? The incubator companies or the non-incubated companies? The non-incubating companies, yeah. So Sweden and, well, I suppose the government and firms and school spent together almost $100 billion on this system to generate firms. There were none, they were almost half as big than the non-incubation companies. And then you can add all the people, not just the money, all the people that were doing this, all the firm owners that was doing this, all the coaches, all the networks, all the mentors, all of that. There's a massive amount of investment. And out comes chickens. Instead of the roosters or the hens or whatever that's supposed to be productive. You just eat the chickens, and the rooster and the hen actually are producing the chickens. Anyway, that said, so why are we still doing this? Because there's actually very little research saying that it can ever work. There's a South African study 2-3 years ago, they came up with the same conclusion. So after 1 year after the firms were in an incubation program, they were doing 1.5 million rand, and the other one were doing 15 million rand. So I will go into, I suppose, the things that might make this a slightly happier occasion. Maybe. So I started 3 successful business incubators, accelerators. I also was part of 2 that was not successful, so I've started decently around 5 different types of accelerators, incubators over the last 30 years. And as I said, the journey for me is at least that I learned a lot. And I also tried to do a couple of things based on that learning to isolate what could work and what do not work in this environment. And I come back to this one. So this is two different types of incubators or accelerators. So the 1.5 million Rand is a South African firms in a South African incubator 1 year after the end of the program. The 15 million Rand is a Swedish firm coming out of a 6-month program 1 year after that program. Similar type of firms, similar type of people, well educated, half innovative stuff, kind of young, 25-year-ish olds, connected to good schools, good educations, but one generates a tenth of the other one. So there are things that you can do here that makes this a much more efficient way, I hope. So what is that? What is that? So my formula, so I'm a Swede. So I write 1-sentence emails. So this is how I kind of present stuff. And when I started at UCT, my three first bosses, they were okay. They just Mikael, he's a Swede. They do stuff differently there. And then my fourth, she called me up one day and said, "We have a serious problem. Your emails are, I don't know what they are." What are you saying? Are you saying my emails are weird? Yeah, they're weird. She's American. There's nothing wrong with Americans in general. It's just that they're weird also. There's a number of people here that have been offended by your emails. Oh no, I thought I was being racist or something. No, they are so short. Okay. So I will say I want A or do B or whatever, and that's not a no-go here. So I had to. She ran through a series of workshops with me, so I actually now can write an email in a South African way. So now I start every email with, "Dear person, do your job. Yours sincerely, Michael Samuelsson." Yeah. Anyway. So it's so what is 2S plus T? That's the recipe for success. First, you need to define what success is. That is one of the major challenges in this system. Still, what is the ultimate outcome of what we're doing here? So the 15 million Rand accelerator, the purely definition of success for that one is to generate fast-growing, revenue-driven firms. That's the success definition. In that case, I and we didn't really care about gender, race, age, whatever, nothing. Our only driving guideline, direction was what can generate fast-growing, revenue-heavy companies. Do you think we work with university researchers, or worse, university tech transfer offices? I really, those guys, Jesus, they are so slow. Yeah. You have to wait, and then you're like, oh, and then you wake, and then they wake up and you're gone. No, you cannot. You work with high potential things that are close to market, that you can sell within a day or two. And then you work with highly motivated, highly skilled, highly educated, diverse, functional teams. You do not work with one person. Because do you think one person can create fast-growing, revenue-heavy firms? No. If one person comes up to me and say, I have this beautiful idea, I just look at that person and I walk away. And it's not because I'm sweet or rude, it's because why is that person alone? If you have such a splendid idea, why are you alone? There should be more people. Because otherwise it's not a splendid idea. And then you design your entire system for that outcome. So we got a lot of pushback because we were non-diversifying. So diversity is obviously a hot topic everywhere in the world, not just here. So we want to have gender, age, and all of that. And I was like, no, why would you? Then we will fail. Because we will not be able to generate our outcome with that type of composition. Yeah, but it can't be 80% males. That's insane. Yeah, but if show me the girls and I'm happy to go. Slowly but surely there were coming girls, because it's everywhere in the world there are less female at start than male. And in Sweden at this point of time there was the average is 70% male, 30% female. But as soon as the girls understood that this is a decently not too high of a risk, they came. And after a couple of years, there was 50-50. So we will have more or less over time an equal composition of male, female, but same age bracket, same education, same everything else. So whatever you do, it doesn't really matter what you do. The revenue fast-growing companies is just one outcome. If your outcome is to boost female confidence or boost male confidence, it's probably more important today, or create jobs or transfer innovation or whatever it is, you cannot do more than one thing. And if you look back to your own organization, I'm pretty sure that you do many things. That all of you have different mandates. You get some money from somewhere, you get some money from somewhere else, and then for every little bag of money, you have to deliver something. And they often do not generate the same outcome. The second S is selection. So I already mentioned the selection of the teams or the people. And I never refer to these people as entrepreneurs. I actually hate that word. And there is at least one good reason for me. And why do you think that? If I ask any of you here, what is an entrepreneur? What would you answer? It's going to be 20 different answers. Somebody that do something, starting a firm, blah, 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 blah. An entrepreneur is nothing. there's no entrepreneurs in any firms. Have you seen any firm that says entrepreneur, entrepreneur, entrepreneur? No. Any firm have a function. It could be sales. There's a salesperson. There is maybe a CEO or a managing director or a technical person or a HR person or a product person or a whatever. There are no entrepreneurs. They do not fill a function. So you should be aware when people come to you and say, I'm an entrepreneur, okay, there's the door. If they come to you and say, I can run a firm, or I can sell, or our team have a person that could sell, run a firm, delegate, produce, then you open your door, let them in. They're always going to succeed. But it's not just the raw material. So the people that comes into your incubator or accelerator, they are important. You're going to be successful if you select them on the criteria that is required for your outcome. So if you want to change the world, then your selection mechanism could be university scientists. Because they might sit on some kind of knowledge that might change the world. But then you also need to select other people. So people within the incubator needs to understand that this process is different from starting fast-growing, revenue-heavy firms. So you need to have patent specialists. You need to have research funding specialists. You need to have research, I suppose, translators into things that the research actually can be used to. And on a scale, do you think these people need to be good or bad? It's a very stupid question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hate to do this. They need to be good. Why do they need to be good? Or actually more than good? Because as soon as these things leaves your environment, they're going to compete with the best. So if you're going to compete in the renewable space, for example, which we are in Sarek today, you're going to compete with Danish firms that put 1.5 billion US dollars into research and development every year. They have the best patent lawyers in the world. They have the best commercial people in the world. They have the best whatever in the world. But those are the ones that you're going to compete with if you start a renewable thing firm in your incubator. So your team, your raw material needs to be competitive with their teams, but also your people, your managers, coaches, mentors, networks, whatever, need to be competitive and on par with them. Otherwise you will lose. Pretty simple. It's like soccer. I'm fortunate to be a Liverpool fan because they always win. And we never work alone. My daughter is a Tottenham fan. They always lose. And I ask her, why do you think Tottenham always lose? And she's like, hey, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but you haven't won for anything for 20 years now. Well, it's because our coach is not as good as yours. It's because our team is not as good as yours. It's because we don't have enough resources. So there you have it. In every category, you are competitive, and if you cannot compete, you're not going to win, and you're not going to achieve your objective. Before I go into time, you also need to select the money. And that's another issue. How many of you think you have enough money to do what you want to do? Hands up. 1, 2. That's good. It's like maybe 2% of this audience. Do you have the right money to do what you want to do? I always get a lot of money. But I'm also really, really cheap. I don't give away money. No. So money comes with strings attached. And time is related to that. So I see over and over again, wherever I go, most of people working with incubator accelerators and stuff like that spend most of their time looking for money. Because they never have enough. Or it's too short. So in the best of worlds, you shouldn't even do it if you do not have committed money that is enough for what you want to achieve for 10 years. Anything less than that, don't do it. Easy for me to say. I don't have to. I do sometimes. But that's the relationship to time, and that's going to be my last part. Sorry. Average time from start to decent company is 3 years. Average time for an innovative heavy company to market entry is 6 years. If you put that into perspective, you also need to factor in time in your operations. Because if you start something today, the first possible time that you can measure any type of firm impact is when? 3 years down the road. If you work with innovative things, it's 6 years down the road. So if somebody asks you year 2, you have no idea. Because your effect have not kicked in yet. But as you know today, people are eager. They want to see your results. You get money, you need to send in a 6 months report, a year report. And what are you going to say? Oh yeah, we have a house. We have some people here. Instead, you need to, up front, just use the facts. This is at least a 10-year period. If you do anything in this space, if your horizon is less than 10 years, I don't do it. Why would you do it? You have no clue. Because it takes 10 years to even realize anything that has to do with firms. It doesn't give you a free card not to do anything for 10 years, but after 10 years you might be able to say, we actually achieved what we wanted to do. But you know, your boss going to ask you 3 days or 3 weeks down the road, have you done it? Are you done? No, we're not done. We haven't started yet. Come back in 10 years and I will show you. Because the logic of any venture, the period of building things are so much longer than we are accepting today. We go into quarterly statistics, monthly statistics, but building firms, ventures, that's 10 years of your life. Or you build a system that includes succession across the board. But it's not a quick fix. But if you do, first of all, you need to decide, and you decide, this is what we want to achieve. Then you have your first big A. You're good. And think hard about what it is that you want to achieve, so it's also reasonably doable. Second, You select the right people for that outcome. And you do not deviate from that. You do select the right people on every level. It's so easy to deviate. That's just going to kill you. Not kill you, but it's going to be worse out. And then you give it time. You stick to your guns, define, select, give it time, you will be successful. Because you define success yourselves, which means that you're going to be successful. And you selected the people to do it, which means that if you're good at that, you're going to be successful. And if you give it time, you're going to be successful. And don't mix these things up with others. Every space is unique. You need your own success measures, you need your own selection, your own whatever. It's different contexts, different cultures, different spaces, different resources. But it works on all levels. It works in Kalicha, it works in Soweto, it works in the Cape Town CBD, it works in Stockholm. It's just different successes, different selections, different time frames. It works. So that's hopefully the good note at the end. It actually works if you do it right. Thank you.
Just checking out your pants here. So I've drafted an email, a South African email to the audience. Dear audience, I hope you are well. I hope you are well. Thank you for taking time to listen to the very insightful keynote address from Professor Samuelson from the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business, who hates the word entrepreneurs because it has so many definitions. We would like you now to take this time to ask him a few questions, should you have any. Your feedback is very important to us. Kind regards. How's that for a one-liner? I could never be sweet, right? There was a hand at the back, a young gentleman, and then Simon at the front. Thanks. Thanks. Even though, sorry, Simon, even though we know age is a good thing to have, we heard today. We'll hear from the young man first.
No, thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mr. What am I saying? Prof. Samuelson. I think you touched a very powerful thing for a young person like myself. There's one critical element that was stuck in my mind when you talk of these three items: success, selection, and time. And I would like to start by truly acknowledging the fact that when I started with the printing, there came a point where opportunities came, and because I didn't have a team, everything fell apart. And then I reinvented and started having a team. And I've made significant revenue since having that team. So indeed, having the right people who are aligned with your intended outcome, it helps with the process. Given it, I have not, the issue, I had not given it time. So I think that's something I need to go back with the team and we sit down and look into it. So my question is, considering that the entrepreneurial landscape is forever changing, there can be a COVID tomorrow, people cannot be moving anytime, or something drastical can happen. Should the outcome be rigid, or should there always be a space to try and be adaptive around it to ensure that it aligns with the changing circumstance? Because my fear is if my outcome per se, it's sometimes related to how I perceive things in the long run. What, I hope, because I think now I'm making it
I think
too
the
complex.
Prof got your message.
Thank you.
I think I got you. I think I got your point. So it's so there's a lot of pivoting. So I don't like entrepreneurship, and I don't like pivoting. So the world is not changing in a material way. The problem is if you go for an opportunity that are non-sustainable, then you have a window and you can make shitloads of money. You can sell PPE to the government in South Africa for a year and you make 50 million rand. But the day COVID ends, that business is gone. But if you instead produce PPEs for hospitals, that business is there forever. So you just go back to that starting point. Is this a need? Is it a want? Is it sustainable? And preferably, you look at stuff that's going to be at least not disappear in the near future. Or you should. If you're going to spend 10 years, you need to focus on something. So I will normally go for things that I know is not going to disappear or increase. So you take for example today, cloud storage, data cloud storage. All the stuff that you save on your phones, it's saved somewhere. Exponential growth. For as long as I can see, AI is it's just boosting this. So somebody needs to build large cloud storage solutions. And that's going to grow for at least 10 years more. So things like that, if you actually do your homework before you start, rather than jump on something, you normally do not have to change.
Thank you. I hope that answered your question. Thank you, Simon.
Okay. Professor, thank you for an interesting, challenging, and I found it very provoking talk. So there were times I was really with you in agreement, and there were a number of times I was violently not in agreement with you, and there were quite a few of them, but I'd like to just sort of take two of them to task, to tack on two of them. The first one is I feel you're horribly misguided in your choice of football team. As a Real Madrid supporter, I think you haven't quite got it right. Seriously, the second one, and more important, I think, is I'm not so sure I'm with you that if someone spends 3 years starting a business and it fails, that is a total waste of time. I actually think it's a probably very valuable and very good use of time, and could they do better or not? It's an argument depending on who the person is. But I think you're being a little unfair saying, do 3 years, your business fails, it's a waste. I don't think that's true.
No, I can be wrong. My wife tells me often. But it's so if you think about what people do when they start a business, for example. So they go around, they're hustling, they're printing shops, they build stuff, they try to sell it, they try to organize it and try to do that. The problem is that learning needs both a base, they need to be able to learn from something, and it also needs, to some extent at least, the correct answer to learn. So if you spend your time without a base and without getting the correct answer, I'm not sure that you actually learn. So that's my, I suppose, pedagogical idea behind it. And we see that, so even in the average population, starting one firm doesn't have a positive influence on revenue or survival the second time. So there's no scientific proof that learning actually takes place, and from a pedagogic point, it's tricky. And going back to that question, for me, if you really want to do something like start and run a firm, you go back, you spend 1 year educating yourself. So you have a base. So if you're, whatever you want to do in that firm, you're going to be sales, or you're going to be market, you're going to lead it or found it, you have a base understanding for that specific area. Because partly the reason that it takes time is that a lot of people comes into this of various reasons, and they have, or they want to start a firm, and they don't have a clue what a firm is even. And then you have all the other things, admin, taxes, employment rules, laws, regulations. You go through it once, you might learn a little bit, but not that much. So my take is still, you know, we will differ on the soccer team and on this probably, but it's the worst way of learning because it's too slow and it's also costly. So when we do experiments where we actually put people through a 10-week program, just learning how to do business, that increases the odds by 10%. And that's a 10-week period instead of the average 3 years, and there is no effect. So it's different ideas. I know that my supervisor, Per Davidsson, one of the more famous researchers in the area, he claims that human capital, learning from entrepreneurship, is the most prolific whatever. And I just say, no, you're wrong. And he doesn't really approve either.
Thank you, Prof. Thanks, Prof. We're going to allow two more hands. There's a lady behind Simon and the gentleman there in the grey T-shirt. So last two questions. We are 30 minutes behind in our program, and I'm sure Prof will stay behind to enjoy a cup of coffee with us.
You can always, my mail is UCT mail, so you can always mail me a question if you want.
Okay.
You better hope you don't get a Swedish answer.
Thank you, coolest professor. So the first thing that you've mentioned was the know-how, right? So you were given a division in your father's business at the age of 20. You were angry because you didn't know what to do. Now, we're all sitting here from different universities and in agreement that we need to embed entrepreneurship in the curriculum. We've got staff members or academics who've never ran businesses. But we rely as universities on the academics to then deliver this curriculum. In your experience and research and your experience from business, your research and so on, what's the one suggestion or proposal that you'd say universities can take to speed up or capacitate or enhance? Now, it's one thing to do the training, and I'm sure you know that when you've ran the business and you've studied you've done a training are totally different things.
So I'm terrible at answering these things, but so for me, I'm also terrible because I run a program, but I don't see entrepreneurship as a course in any form at the university. I don't see entrepreneurial programs or entrepreneurship programs as any way of succeeding, and it goes back to the problem with the definition. What is it? So for me, entrepreneurship is a scientific field. That's the creation of new economic activity or the use of resources in a more efficient way. So that's something that we study. But to me, the university already have everything it needs. Because we are sending out our graduates to do what? To run MTN. MTN, is that a successful firm? Yeah, give or take. So our graduates are already running MTN. And now we're trying to teach them entrepreneurship. Why? They're already running firms with 200,000 people employed and a couple of billion in profits. Why would you teach them something else? The problem with the universities is that there are still silos. So the business students never meet the science students, and if they for some reason meet, they do not understand each other. Which is the same at MTN. But MTN have a structure that allows them to communicate with each other. So for me, my approach to this will be to create a language course, which I call Venture Launch. That covers the basics of launching a firm. And it could be it's kind of a surprise that our business students find that course slightly attractive because they have to do things and it's kind of hands-on. But also our science or our humanities students, they also think that it's an interesting course. It's because at the end of the day, you don't want to take a person that we invested hundreds of millions of rands into, if he or she is an engineer, and turn that person into an entrepreneur. That's the worst thing you can do. If we have a top-notch engineer, he or she should be engineer. Who should run the firm? The business school person. That's what they are educated to do. Who should do product development? Your science students. Who should do the health tech thing that you put in your ear and whatever happens? The medical student. Because as soon as you take the medical student to become a firm founder, what happens with that firm? You take the competitive advantage, research knowledge, and you put her or him in a position that he or she cannot do because they're not trained for it. So still, we're living in a 300 plus whatever years university system that still doesn't allow our students to talk to each other. And that's the problem.
Thanks, Prof. I see a lot of shaking heads, exclamation marks on foreheads. I wish you were here for the day, for the debate. This would be a very healthy debate. One last question and keep it nice and short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. I'm really stimulated, from your presentation. There's an argument, in institutions and incubators where you find business development officers. They are just doing the theory part. They don't have the foundation, which is the practical part. So now the argument behind this is on intrapreneurship. So which is the study where employees themselves within the organizations are entrepreneurs. So my question to you, Prof, is it really necessary for those who are teaching entrepreneurship to own their own business? Lecturers as well at institutions, business development officers at incubators, center managers. Is it really necessary? Because this is a big, huge debate that, No, thank you.
No, not at all. There's no correlation between owning your own business and being a good teacher or facilitator or mentor. So, and it's really a professor in oncology doesn't need to be a medical doctor. And a professor in oncology doesn't need to be a good teacher. So if you have a function that you need to fill, you fill it with a person that could excel in that function. And then it doesn't really matter whatever they've done. They need to have done something that makes that person specifically good at whatever he or she is supposed to do. That sounds really weird, but but the good part is, assume that you are in an incubator or in a firm or whatever. If you already selected people on function, do you think you need to train them on anything? No. The only thing that you need to facilitate is how they go from 5 or 4 individuals to become a firm. And that could pretty much anyone do, as long as they understand that and they selected the right people from the get-go. Because the problem is that we select people that know nothing about business. And then we put them in an incubator, and you guys have to train them for years to be able to do business. If you just have one person on that team that actually can do business, that's pretty much enough. The other one don't need to do anything in business. They need to do products, whatever stuff. I have no idea what they do. Tech things. Make this work or build that or blah, blah, blah. But the business person, sell, market, blah, 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 blah. And at the end of the day, you need, at least what I think you need to do is just create a meeting place where these people, capacity can meet, and then create a structure so they actually become a firm as soon as possible. And that means efficiency, productivity, and all of these things that we measure in firms. So, yeah. No, yeah, I've told you I'm an odd bird, so I can run businesses, but it's also because I have such a good employers. So they let me off. I can take a year off and run a business, and I can come back and do stuff. So it's just I'm the odd bird in this. Don't look at me as a good.
Dear audience, it's me again. Thank you for firstly allow me to thank Professor Samuelson for that very provocative keynote. We would love you to stay in the room and have coffee. I'm sure these people would like to approach you. But before we break, we will have a 15-minute break. We will be back by 11. We will have a panel discussion. We want you have a name tag, and on your name tag, you can scan for the program if you want to see what's on the program, and you'll notice that we're a bit behind schedule, but we thank you for your patience. Scan the QR code on the walls for the book of abstracts. You'll see on the wall when you go outside, there's some scan codes where you can scan for the book of abstracts, and we kindly request the following people to remain behind in the venue. Thank you, Dr. Swakala, Professor Chooks, Mr. Galeni, and Dr. Ngoko. We will now have a lovely short break. Stretch your legs, take the break, and ask the questions. Give the professor a round of applause.
Sorry. Dr. Ngod.
Oh, you want to be
Oh, they've got that nice river.
Do you have boats in the river?
They will take us to those. That hotel that is along the path.
So we need to beat.
Yeah, riverside.
Prepare for beating. Prepare for beating. Oh, that's so sweet. Are you going to get I but remember them, then they are excellent in taking. Gina, have you seen them when they do this? It's up to you where you want it. I've got 4 cameras.
Since you might boss now, I think we're going to do some symposium. But we can't get only one.
No, it's not wise. It's not wise. I'm happy you are thinking that way. We need to engage.
What one have
Yes,
But I see there's more that some symposium. Instead of meeting once a
No, it's not fair.
because the program will get squeezed fast. No, as long as we're from Musu, so we're there.
Yeah, he has to be biased. Yes, I would like to. Which
Send the concept. Concept, then you guys can.
But what I would like to see, like stalls. We really need to
Exhibition, okay. Especially once people with their product display.
what we are talking about is personal things. And
My GVC is all at once.
no, we haven't met. I'm not yes, I'm from Walter.
She left us. She was a dean at Mandela. They know
When
we
it
were
was Mandela. How long were you there? Yes. Oh, wow.
She was recalled from us by CPG.
Oh, sister, that day I went back and you came back.
Wow, she wanted a big
Celebrating process, which university was hosting, must be
You're done. Because you're done. You're good because you're done. Yes, yeah, but we are taking courses soon. Yeah, then do it.
Oh, you should consider. Oh, okay, that's very good.
Why? Yeah, why?
I've checked it this morning. Okay, good. How are you doing? A lot of stress for you, no? But that's fine. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Well looked after. For sure. Whatever you teach is good.
Yeah. I sent. I've got one. I think so. Anyways, I have to one as well. So, to the box if you want to. I can send it to you. Or have I got your WhatsApp? I don't think so.
I'll give it to you now.
Okay.
27. No, Simon is after them. He's just sitting up. He's just sitting up quickly. Everybody's coming in here, then Simon's there, breakaway. Then lunch and then breakaway.
Carry on with your number. Oi. Okay.
So is it, are they going to be sitting down or?
They're going to be sitting down. Ladies and gentlemen, next we dive into one of the trickiest challenges in incubation, and that is funding. And now we have a panel discussion lined up from graduation to growth, solving the risk capital and post-incubation funding gap. And to lead the session, I'm going to call on Professor Kushle Zwakala.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Great stuff. Good morning, colleagues. As the colleague has said, my name is Kushle Zwakala. I'm from Stellenbosch University, and I've got probably the easiest job to do for today, to facilitate. I'm not alone, colleagues. The people that will actually be doing the talking are sitting right in front of you here. To my near left, you've got Prof. Iwu Chuks from the University of the Western Cape, a professor in entrepreneurship, and he chairs a research unit there. In the middle, we've got Dr. Bugela Ngolgo, a deputy director from Mandela in Gqeberha. On the far left, my left, your right, we've got Mr. Pumlani, a CEO of Inali Agricultural Solutions. Let's welcome them, colleagues. Round of applause. Thank you. The topic of the day, as stated in the program, we're looking at communities of practice, looking at graduation and growth in risk capital and post-incubation gaps in funding, right? But before we get to it, I was enthused by the number of speakers, obviously, that have spoken over the past couple of days, and of course this morning. But Professor's input really, where is she? It really caught my attention. She submitted that academia has failed in producing entrepreneurs. I agree. I somewhat disagree as well. But the one thing we all agree on, hence we've got this kind of, I was saying very bad things about you, Professor, on your input. I agree with what Professor has said. I also agree that the disparities between academia and practice are quite apparent. And this is one of the reasons we've got this panel. We've got, academia, and then we've got a practitioner as well. Professor also said that entrepreneurs are marketable. And I wanted to latch on that a bit before we get to the community of practice input. Marketing should be taken. By the way, colleagues, I see my worldview, my lenses of looking at society, it's through brand marketing. Hence, I think they've said that I'm a brand marketing specialist, or aspiring specialist, should they say. Why do I see the world through brands? I'll tell you in 60 seconds. When you woke up this morning, and this is what I would lobby entrepreneurs to explore, beyond marketing, entrepreneurs should explore personal branding, right? There is my lens of looking at the world are informed by branding because this is a pervasive speciality. Whether you are into entrepreneurship or not. For instance, I'll give you my routine, okay? If I were to ask you, how many brands have you used today? Up until it's 11 o'clock now. How many brands have you used? Have you consumed? Not even one. So when I woke up, I left my bed, obviously. I got into my slippers. From my slippers, I went to my bathroom. From my bathroom, I went into the shower. I took the shower gel. I took the shampoo. I left the shower. I dried my body. I took my deodorant, my face cream, my body cream, my perfume. I went back to my room to dress. I put on my socks. I put on my pants or underwear sometimes. And then I put on my t-shirt, my shirt, my jacket, and okay. I have not left my intimate space. I've not left my room, right? So I left my room, I went to the kitchen, switched on the television to check the topical news. I went to the fridge to get the milk. I went to the cupboard to get to take the cereal. How many brands are in that fridge? How many brands have I seen in that television? Got into my car, I drove, I came to CPUT. How many brands have I been exposed to consciously or subconsciously? Okay, literally hundreds. So, Professor, in addition to your input, entrepreneurs cannot only be marketable. Entrepreneurs should be building personal brands. When I meet you as an entrepreneur, I should meet a brand. Okay, you can't divorce yourself as an entrepreneur from your business. This is why we should be obsessed with this collaboration. So the topic speaks about the communities of practice. So the many building blocks that inform communities of practice. Some of you have spoken to them: collaboration, co-creation, coexistence, common interest, so on and so forth, right? But primarily there are three domains to communities of practice. It's the members, it's the actual domain or speciality, and then it's the practice itself. Society has moved far away. I think the guest speaker spoke about faculties existing in silos. The world has moved, particularly post-COVID, right? It has moved to, we are somewhat forced to collaborate and to co-create regardless of speciality. Okay, so I want to go back to the panel now, colleagues, and I'm going to start with Prof. Chuks, right? So we've diagnosed the disparities that exist between what we do. Academia, we publish and publish and publish, and they tell you you'll perish, which is not true. You publish or perish. Okay, but then this research that we're doing, okay, how do we close the gap between, how do you create communities of practice, Prof. Chuks, between entrepreneurship as far as academia is concerned and practice? Over to you. Do we have a mic here? I think so. Do you have a mic, IT?
But I thought we were supposed to be talking about what happens to incubators after they would have been gone, and that's the brief I received. Now, asking me to talk about community of practice for entrepreneurship. Chair, that's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I will just do a second of that. I think For one to answer that question meaningfully, we should try and make sense of Team Mazurow's entrepreneurial ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, Team talks about higher education institutions, the private sector, the public sector. Team talks about infrastructure. Team talks about communities. So in developing a community of practice that allows entrepreneurs to sort of earn the name or the label which has been contested, and that is entrepreneurs, there should be in place a set of practitioners from all of these smaller ecosystems. And so in answering your question, developing a community of practice is not just about entrepreneurs or those who are seen to be trying to develop a product or service. We need every hand on deck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Chooks. Over to you, Mr. Pumlani. What have been your experiences as a practitioner as far as talking about community of practice, perhaps simplifying it, colleagues, it's just collaboration. What have been your experiences? Researchers will tell you about phenomenology and lived experiences. As far as collaboration, how has that affected funding in your sector, post-incubation funding, and an end?
Okay, thank you, Shaya. My name is Pumlani Kaleni. I'm the founder and CEO of Ignali Agricultural Solutions, a company based in the Eastern Cape working across South Africa. We are skills development specialists. We're mainly in training, agricultural training, that is. But we found ourselves in the incubation space through mentorship. When you train people, you have to mentor them after. Through that mentorship, I took some of our teams and students to Walter Sisulu University for incubation. From that, I actually found my company as part of the incubatees. So I'm also a product of Walter Sisulu Incubation Rapid Incubator. So coming to the problem statement today, many incubated ventures fail to scale because they cannot access risk capital once initial support ends. We've seen this happen to a lot of incubators through lack of funding via traditional forms of funding, which is our banks. So most of the causes of such are a lack of investor-ready documentations. These incubators, incubatees don't have documentation to actually access such funding and so forth. And weak linkages between incubators and funding networks is also a big cause of such a gap. And also limited blended finance mechanisms, which is grant, equity, and debt. So there's limited blending finance, which is available for incubators around South Africa. So how do we solve possible solutions to this? One thing I've actually seen over the years, we need an innovative finance instruments, revenue-based financing instead of equity or collateral loans. Secondly, we have to strengthen investor readiness. Post-incubation investment readiness bootcamps are needed. We shouldn't let or leave the incubatees after the programs. We should actually have post bootcamps after this incubation series has gone through. And also, I touched earlier on blended finance schemes and private, public to private partnerships. Governments and donors must match private investments in high-risk ventures. And lastly, which is one of, I think, is one of the fundamentals which we should look at when it comes to incubation, which is building continuity beyond incubation. So which is where the mentorship comes in, where is the follow-up comes in of the people we've been working with. That's what I've seen with the people I've been working with through mentorships, which I've been doing with CEDA, which I've been doing with the Department of Agriculture, and so forth. So basically what we need to establish is post-incubation growth hubs and alumni funds. Introduce equity sharing incubators. Incubators hold small stakes and remain invested in long-term success. We have to create corporate venture partnerships that provide market access plus capital. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Dutang Ngogo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm still finding myself in this conversation because the topic almost brings my career life full circle from graduation to growth. I'll tell you why I'm saying that. So I'm Bukelwa Ngoqo, raised by a single mother of 2 daughters who went to university around the same time. TEFSA products, now NSFAS. So it was very strange for a person with my kind of background to leave varsity and go into business. So Professor said we are entrepreneurs. The only sad part, Prof, is that only a small fraction of academics realize the capacity that is inherent because of the training we have. So I'm literally left varsity, and the first job I got was in my own business. So I want to start with that disclaimer. Now, the journey has, traversed over a number of years, and Chair, bringing it closer to the topic. So from graduation to growth, where am I now? So the Bukelwa that's talking to you now is not the academic. I called myself an entrepreneurial academic. So Monday to Friday, you'll find me in a classroom. I'm a teacher, a lecturer by profession in the areas of IT and anything governance and e-governance related. But at heart, I know that you can't shake it. It's almost like you're an artist, but now you possess a certain skill set that allows you to see opportunities, but not only see opportunities that end up in the library, but also to monetize. We mustn't be afraid of money. You must say, yeah, I want the money, so how can I turn this idea into a profitable venture? And that's where the entrepreneurial Bukelwa comes in. So it's the entrepreneur that sits in front of you today. Chair, hey, I was thinking about the topic, and we are in, currently I'm acting deputy director for MUA, which specializes in producing entrepreneurs. And I was also reflecting on my own entrepreneurial journey, and I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 incubation programs I've been a part of. 5 incubation programs. So I'll just rattle them off for learning. Also, I realized in me preparing for today's discussion that the last one made it so that I never needed to be part of another incubation program. And we can actually investigate what was the difference with that one. So I started the business 2005 thinking I need money. I had a figure, 150,000. Don't ask me what I needed it for, but I had a figure. 150,000, I went to my bank. Standard Bank, I've been banking with you for years, give me money. I'm a brilliant young person with fantastic skills. I've been trained at varsity. I want to start a business. Took me a number of months, and I realized Standard Bank is not coming to the party. I continued to look for other opportunities. Then I came across what was then called, I think it still exists, the SAB, South African Breweries Kickstart Program. I was like, yeah, finally people that are talking my language. I was part of that program, graduated with that program, got about 80K from that program. But the only challenge there was that they gave me money for stuff I didn't need. So I graduated, got the money, but it wasn't money for the things I needed at that time. Then I went on, I was part of the ECT, Eastern Cape IT Initiative. Graduated from that program. Again, it was a bit of a mismatch in requirements. They gave us office space. It was nice, and I did benefit a lot from the training that was associated, but it wasn't exactly what I needed to grow at that stage. I moved on from ECT, Eastern Cape IT Initiative, to Soft Start BTI, because now I wanted to have a national footprint. Needed offices in Johannesburg. So Soft Start BTI, there I was now in Johannesburg.
So let me just go to the end. From SoftStart BTI, I was part of a Raise Corp program. I was very excited about the Raise Corp program because it was Nedbank investing 1 million, I was told, to the growth of my business. Only sad part is that all I got was a lot of training and I never saw a dime. But I did spend a year and I graduated from that program as well. The final incubation program I was a part of was, it kind of brought me back to South African breweries again. I said in my exit speech, people that drink, I don't drink personally, but people that drink, please continue to drink, but make sure you drink South African breweries products, because they made a huge difference to my entrepreneurial journey. This is the thing, just highlighting some of the reflections being part of the SAB Tolwana program. Now, not Kickstart, Tolwana. Tolwana was long, hey, it was 2 years. And obviously, we're a bunch of entrepreneurs from all over South Africa gathered in, we used to travel to congregate in different sections of South Africa. We all come in there thinking we want money. It's a cry of all entrepreneurs, we want money. But then the program here, Tolwana, started with empowerment in terms of skills that we needed, and at the right time, the money came. But not only did the money come at the right time, it was free money. They literally said, what do you need right now? We've equipped you with the skills. We've paired you with a mentor. So what do you need right now? And that money was put into the most effective use, and we've never turned back from that. They've had other calls. They'll email you saying, what do you need? And we're like, we're good. We're still growing from the experience of being part of that particular program. So, Che, that was my post incubation journey that saw me, try and fail, and try again, and continue to knock and look for answers until we came across the right partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Back to you, Mr. Phumlani. What was your trajectory from growth, from graduation to growth? What was your story? What are the distasteful experiences?
Thank you. I think I got the question. Just to go back a few weeks back, I was invited to be a judge in a program run by Usavi, whereby they're incubating students from universities around South Africa. So I was quite amazed. 3 teams came up with the solution in the agricultural space, whereby they provide market to startup agripreneurs. Going to your question, one of the biggest problems we get as young entrepreneurs, especially in the agricultural space, we've got a lack of access to market. It is very suffocated. There are really a lot of barriers of entry, and that's what I experienced, and that's what most of the people I've been mentoring have experienced. So I've came to a realization that we not only have to look for a market, but we have to create a market space, because the traditional markets are already congested, if I might. So we've been working on such projects in the Eastern Cape and Umtata, whereby we've actually availed fresh market produce, whereby farmers come with their products every morning and sell them at their last adjusted price. Other than taking it to a spar, uthengisa is a cabbage which is worth 15 rands and get 10 rand because that guy says so. So we should avail readily available markets for agripreneurs, so that we make sure that they grow stably. If they're selling at undercut prices, the business dies, which is what you're talking about here. So market readiness is very important and very vital in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Phumlani. Prof. Chooks, Phumlani is saying we should create markets. Essentially, my deduction of that is that we should create needs. So he's submitting that markets are saturated. Okay. How do entrepreneurs select their audience of target? Second question to that, how do entrepreneurs differentiate? How do you become distinct as an entrepreneur in saturated markets, as Pumlani said?
Thank you. How should entrepreneurs distinguish themselves from a legion of entrepreneurs, isn't it? Right. I think the core question is, why should anyone be invested in an entrepreneurial practice? And what do you think you are good at? And not simply becoming an entrepreneur because that's the next best thing. And in my classes, I tend to talk to students about finding the right, not particularly the right market, but finding the right intention that would lead you into developing the right kind of product or service. And I'll give you an example. I teach a master class on social entrepreneurship, and the core thing we do there from the outset is I challenge my students to go to the communities, whichever community they come from, and try as much as possible to familiarize themselves first with the community, and secondly, try to intimately ask questions about challenges the community is facing. And from a list of challenges, rank them in a certain order. And that order could be gangsterism could score number 10, which means that's a major problem in that community. And you get to number 1. And in tackling gangsterism, ask yourself, do you have the requisite skills to tackle gangsterism? So in that order, you should choose that which you can deal with. So in trying to be an exceptional entrepreneur, you've got to really distinguish yourself in the area one you have chosen and the one that you've got capacity for. Jay, have I made some sense here?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I try to make sense all the time. So basically, when my students go out there and they've ranked their, you could say, choices, and then we come back and start asking very important questions. Who told you that number 10, which is gangsterism, is a problem? So again, we kind of become scientific around it. Did you talk to 20 people? Did you talk to 30 people? And who are these 30 people in the community? Did you speak to your local councillor? Did you speak to the guy who runs a shop around the corner? Because these are key stakeholders in communities. So again, the sources that you have utilized to determine or establish what you should be dealing with are also key to gauging your capacity for handling this particular problem. So you've got to select a task or an area you've got to be focused on the basis of your capacity to do it. And if you've got capacity to do it, there's a chance that you would excel in it, isn't it? You will excel because you've got the capacity and you have determined to do it, so there's some passion in it. And not just trying to do what every Dick, Tom, and Harry is doing, all right? And I also told my students this particular story. There's a guy who had spent all his time in Silicon Valley in the US. An Indian guy, made all sorts of money from Google. And he tells himself, I'm not getting any joy anymore doing this work. So he goes home to India. And for 3-4 months of not doing anything, he realizes that he's got a lot of money, and if he doesn't delve into something, the money is going to run out. What he started doing was to walk down the streets of his community and would hang out with those who slept on the streets. And he, at night, while hanging out with them, some of them are singing songs, some of them are playing draft, some of them are telling their stories. And he engaged about 6-7 of them and realized that these are good singers, actually. And then he started to develop them. And from those 6 people, he was led to a guy whose work was just to, draw things at night when he couldn't sleep. So from developing these singers, he used the street guys to also develop the cover for the label. And he went out and started using his networks. And they were able to produce those 6 people. And they became musicians. And he started an international music festival that even people from South Africa would attend once a year. He found passion in it. He knew he had the capacity. And that was something that had never been done, especially with a particular audience, the audience of folks who lavished life on the street. So capacity, the passion, and really identifying that which you are happy to do would help you create distinction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Thanks. Dr. Ngoko, I'm gonna. She's an entrepreneurial academic. I'm gonna tap into your academia worldview. So our guest speaker, Prof. Samuelson, suggested that societal problems lie within universities. Do you agree? Yes or no? Second to that, if that is indeed true, should entrepreneurial orientation be compulsory in higher education? Obviously in the relevant faculties and departments. I'll repeat that. So the guest speaker suggested that we as universities, we may be a panacea to a number of social ills. That's the first thing. The second leg to that, should entrepreneurship be adopted as an orientation in the relevant faculties and departments in higher education?
Okay, I think I do get the sentiment that Prof was trying to share in viewing the university context as a microcosm of what's happening in communities. But I would want to paraphrase or restructure that proposition to say, society's problems lie in communities. The skills to solve those problems lie within universities. So I'll repeat. Society's problems are within communities. The skills to solve them, that's what we're equipping our students with. So I think that kind of aligns with the experiment that Prof shared about forcing or encouraging young people or his students to go to these communities, study, and understand where the problems are. Because remember, I say in my business mindset, the right product is the product that a customer is willing to part money with, to pay, to get for. So that took many years to learn, Chair. Because when I started as a young person in business, I thought I had a skill set that would allow me to change the world. Took me a number of years before I realized that nobody cared. Then I had to go back to the drawing board and say, how can I use this skill to meet somebody else's need? Because that person has to pay me now for using that skill. Change in perspective. In principle, to go to the second part of your question, personal quip to myself, entrepreneurs, you have it in you. There's experiences as I reflect on my own life that could actually bring that into focus more glaringly for certain others than for some people. So I remember the first idea I had, my grandmother was still around then. Said, Makula, I'm going to start a business. Nobody got it. She didn't get it, but she didn't discourage me from my crazy business idea. And fast forward to the story I told. But in hindsight, as I reflect, I was like, hey, Marekaya, we had a spaza. Maybe that's where the seed of trying to make money was also, that maybe that had a factor. Ekaya, we had a tavern. Maybe, money thoughts also were planted then. So inherently, for me, I believe we all have it. Like Prof. Feza said, we all have it in us. A university program can help bring that to people's conscious, minds, that no, you already have this in you. So having a structured program that's encouraged across all faculties, from medicine to business to IT to education. So as I'm being taught how to be a teacher, maybe there's a solution that I could help innovate and monetize that could help improve the education sector in South Africa. That solution for education, this is where I differ a small bit with Prof. Samuels, will not come from the IT student. It will come from the person who understands the environment that they're servicing. It will come from the person that sees, out of the 20 kids I have in class, only 10 had pencils. Maybe we need tablets. So yes, I do agree that there's definitely room, and I think the work of the hub within Nelson Mandela kind of supports that as well, that no, we need to conscientize the whole university community about entrepreneurial thinking and how we could use it or infuse it to our disciplines to help solve those societal problems.
Thanks, Prof. Ngova. Please keep the mic. Yeah, one of the disturbing statistics and quite relevant to your context as well was that I think it was 9 out of 10 businesses that start, they fail. I think I'm part of that 9, hence I didn't continue. What are the systematic challenges in academics exploring entrepreneurship within our space?
You're asking the wrong academic. Let me allow Prof. to
react to that, and please forgive me for doing this. I haven't denied you any opportunities before, have I? So perhaps for the first time in our lives, let me deny you this opportunity. In the last decade and a half, I have been engaged in the search for answers to 3 important questions. 1, who qualifies to teach entrepreneurship? So I've been asking what sort of lecturer competency are we looking for? The second question is, what curriculum should we use to do this work? And the third one, for those of us who call ourselves academic entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship lecturers, and many find this difficult when I throw this question at them. What pedagogical stance should we and do we use right now, and should we be using? And the common answer I get is, come on, by the way, universities want you to have a bloody doctoral degree in commerce and management, and therefore you qualify to stand in front of students and talk gibberish. And many of us, well, I would say I'm an exception, have never applied for a loan in their lives, because if they were to apply for a loan, they would need what? A business plan. In other words, lots of folks who stand in front of students to talk about entrepreneurship have never put together a business plan. But they direct students to a textbook where a templated business plan is presented. The question, therefore, is, do we really need to be academics to teach entrepreneurship? And that's why I keep going back to Tim Masraw's 2014 fantastic model. And Tim says, in trying to talk to people about entrepreneurship, don't just stand there and be referring to textbooks or published works. Please go and drag the likes of Simon, who has practiced this over the years, to share his experience. Let's talk to someone else whose business has failed, who's probably running around mad on the street. And let's hear why his business has failed. Departments of entrepreneurship, or any department for that matter, should have advisory boards that consist of practitioners.
Yeah.
So let me not take too much time anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Are you covered?
I don't want to muddy the waters. It's quite.
Yeah, Prof. Chicks, in my former employer, former institution, we had in concurring with your input, we practiced what we called bringing the industry to class and taking class to industry, in pursuit of really trying to minimize those gaps that are really quite apparent. Pumlani, back to you. I'm gonna give you, after this, I'm gonna give you, all three of you, to give us your closing comments on the topic of the day.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Ngoko mentioned the issue of growing around, dealing with money, and. What influence has that had in you in your entrepreneurial ambitions? I didn't grow up around a spaza shop or I grew up around, my uncle was selling home brewed beer, which he would hide whenever police came knocking in those days. What are your experiences as far as the home environment is concerned, the societal environment is concerned, and its influence on your journey?
Okay, thank you. Actually, that's a very good question. They say, if you want to dance, be on the dance floor. I'm just going to take you back 3 years ago. I was already in the training space, but there was not much business. So I'm talking with my business partner. I'm like, what are we going to do? Because we're going down now. So we decided to open a shop, an agricultural input shop, like selling fertilizers, feed, and so forth. Because after training these people, they have to actually establish the businesses, they have to run the business and so forth. So where are they going to get the inputs? So we opened a shop called Gwanomfoyo Agricultural Cooperative in Mthatha. Good deal. Like, okay, we're doing this, we open it. One of the factors or reasons behind opening this shop is because we didn't have money. We didn't have money to tender. People wanted feed, but we didn't have money to be competitive. So by opening this cooperative, we were creating a credit base. So now we're able to go to a fertilizer company, say, listen, we're running this day to day. We have a 30-day credit facility and so forth. So now we're able to be competitive with other people who are tendering in the space. So where I'm going to is, when you're in the business of entrepreneurship, you have to look around where opportunities are. You don't have to sit around in what you think is your main business. But going back to that, we opened the shop, very good, not that successful, because we had very big competition. There's a shop called Umtiza in Mthatha, which has been running for years. It's a white-owned shop. It's actually a corporation. So we're not competitive with these guys because they've been doing the business. So we're not making sales. There are not a lot of walk-ins. And we look across the roads, these guys are having a lot of walk-ins, selling the same products. So one day, I'm driving to work, and then I pass by a garage. I see like more than 200 people standing next to a truck. And I stop the car to check what's happening here. So I find out these guys are actually here to buy chickens. Emakaya, one protein source is poultry, which is inkukhu. And most black communities don't like your processed meats and so forth, bafunimilekwa and so forth. So I talked with this company. It was called Cuckoo Brews from Coxted. I'm like, why don't I give you space in my shop? Like every Monday, come sell these chickens here in front of me. In return, I'm going to train these people because I'm a poultry scientist. So basically, I'll continue mentoring for free. I give them booklets because if these birds die, they won't buy from you. But I can help you maintain and drop mortality rates in your birds by training these people. So I took his shop from the road, put it next to my shop. What happened? After buying the chickens, people were coming to my shop. You see, so what I'm saying is just go in. You'll see a lot happening, things you never thought you would be part of in business. Just be on the dance floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've written here, evolve. You must be comfortable with change. The wonderful idea I started the business many years ago with is not what the business is currently doing now. Failure is part of the growth process. You will fail. Be ready for that. Learn, prepare yourself about what do I do in those cases. I'll give you an example where I started IT consulting and training and all those wonderful tech-related things. I'm an IT person. Over the years, I found myself in retail. What am I doing in retail? What do I know about retail? I know that cash is king. Retail allowed me to make money every day without writing a proposal, without getting a tender. I don't have tender blood. I told myself, but some people have blood for tenders. I'm not one of them. So the formula for the retail shop was simple. I give you water, you give me money. No discount. Water is that price, give me the money, you know. And in one of those retail ventures, we started in Gqeberha. Hey, that thing failed. 3 years was long. Within the first 3 years, I was like, that thing failed. I wasn't ready for it to fail. I was actually shocked, but I pulled back. I was like, I'm going to start bleeding money now. I need to pull back. But 5 years after the failure, I came back to PE. Having learnt the lessons, having studied the environment. Because remember, the right product for me to sell is the one that the customer is willing to part money with to get. So in PE, I was selling the same thing I was selling in East London, and obviously the PE crowd didn't want that, you know. So failure is part of the growth process. Cash is king, and be comfortable with evolving. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Chuks?
I'd like to say that the question we should have to really deal with, or the questions that we should interrogate, are the following. Why are incubators in place? Who do they select? What is provided to them during incubation? And whatever is provided to them, is that enough? And if we look at what CEDA used to do, I'm not sure if they have improved. CEDA would measure what they call the number of successful incubatees on the basis of the number of those that have been registered. I know so because I serve on the advisory board of one of the CIFERIs. And we argue in that particular board that that's not enough. That you have gotten them registered after a cycle of about 2 years. The question you should be asking is, what next? And that's an important question. I thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, I wish we had another 30 minutes or so, but the day needs to continue. Parting words from myself. I think, colleagues, it's hence why here. It's not even a question. We need these initiatives, especially from a knowledge production point of view, from a knowledge dissemination point of view. We need to deepen in dialogue through entrepreneurship so that we can find solutions to our social ills. We need to find points of convergence. We need to find points of collaboration, co-creation, and we need to find, as Professor have said, points of belonging in pursuit of what we do. And in closing, colleagues, I just want to, excuse my bad manners, acknowledge all the TVCs in the room, acknowledge everyone that has made this conference. I'm from another institution, and I had a bid of who's going to host this. I'm going to be submitting a bid as well. Definitely. And I specifically want to acknowledge Professor Tobakani. I was just saying to him yesterday, 2 days back, Hussein, here's Dr. Luce. I was sitting in a doctoral defense in my own institution, and his work speaks for itself.
People know him in this space. They call him Loose. They don't know his face. Congratulations, colleague, and everyone. Thank you.
Dr. Lu, Dr. Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Thanks, Dr. Sekwala and your panel. I think a lot of themes have merged, which I think could, from your discussion, which could be taken forward for our next BWAC conference. I'm not sure who's going to win the bid, Professor Lose. I see hands up there from WUSU. So let's see what happens in the third year of BWAC conference. But just asking people yesterday about the conference, what was the experience like? People said, beautiful, great. Those were the kind of words that, because I asked people for feedback. I asked, what was the highlight for you? People said that the highlight was the breakaway sessions. It was the success stories from entrepreneurs and so on. And someone said, for me, day one is most important because day one determines for me how the rest of the conference will be. And day one sets the standard. And I can actually see that day two has really also emerged as really one of a very great, a beautiful day in terms of the discussions happening and the robustness of the discussions. And really just having you all here in the room together is just realizing that, like I always say, that collaboration is key. So next up, I'm going to call a young man. Is he a young man? Who I only see on, I only see this gentleman on a screen. And when I saw the program, I thought, oh, we're going to probably see Simon again on the screen and he's going to share his story. But I'm so happy that Simon is here today, all the way from Spain, the Real Madrid fan. We didn't forget that. That Simon is here all the way to share on the Incubation Management Development Program. Just a short, do you want to come forward, Simon? Just a short bio on Simon. He's the CEO of Mashauri Limited. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of Mashauri. It's a global entrepreneurial education program platform that equips universities and institutions to deliver experiential high-impact programs. Under his leadership, Mashauri has supported everything from niche boot camps for scientists to large-scale initiatives such as the 700 Student Entrepreneurship Program launching in South Africa in 2025. His mission is clear: to ensure that every graduate develops an entrepreneurial mindset, unlocking their ability to innovate and create meaningful impact. I wish our professor without the pants was here now for that debate. In addition to his role at Mashauri, Simon is an adjunct professor at IE Business School in Madrid, where he teaches strategy and entrepreneurship internationally. He frequently works with scientists and researchers to help them explore commercial pathways for their innovations. Before dedicating his career to entrepreneurial education, Simon spent more than 3 decades in business consulting, founding and leading his own firm, Genesis, and serving as a global partner at Deloitte Consulting. This experience gives him a strong foundation in corporate strategy and innovation, which he now channels into developing entrepreneurial ecosystems worldwide. Simon holds degrees in stats, economics, and marketing, as well as an MBA from the University of Cape Town. A lifelong learner, he remains deeply engaged with emerging technologies. Thank you, Simon. You may take the mic.
change the settings. Wait.
Come on. In 1 minute. Hang on here in 1 minute.
Do you want to hold
Yep.
it?
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So many of the previous presenters have sort of used the right protocol in terms of welcoming DVCs and what have you. I have no idea what those are, but I'm going to welcome you in a different way. I'm going to say welcome potential customers. And I say that without shame. We heard from Pat Lynch yesterday. Is he here? He's gone. The art of salesmanship is really all about understanding that you're not selling. It's not all about glib talking. It's really about understanding that you are solving someone's problem. And I'm here today to talk to you about how we may well solve the problem that many of you are facing. So that's what this presentation is all about. It's like a sales commercial, but I think it'll be a very positive one. So I'm going to start off by asking Tobakani to come up and just do a brief introduction as well as to why we're here.
Afternoon once again, colleague. Simon requested me to do this, so I didn't want to be here, but so he forced me. So thank you once again, colleagues, and thank you for being here as well and share some insights. So it's a privilege being here in the room with so many leaders like yourselves who are shaping entrepreneurship ecosystem, of course, through incubators and accelerators. So I personally recognize the need. So over the years, of course, since I've been in incubation, I was taught by that gentleman, Mr. Cupido, and Professor Chooks was my lecturer first year. Then, of course, I saw a need like this one a while ago in my work with the incubators because I was working for CETFA, which is Enterprise Development Agency. I saw that there's a need, although people are investing heavily in supporting entrepreneurship, there were a few structures and also opportunities to develop managers, because it's one thing that we're entrepreneurs to develop entrepreneurs, but what if for you as a jockey of the incubator, you'd still need development, basically. So that's why we decided, decided, okay, there's something that one day I want us to start, which is we call it IMTP. And then luckily I bumped into Simon, and then I just told him I have this idea through literature. We don't have an incubation program that is dedicated for center managers or BDOs. Once had something similar, but it died. Anthony, Advocate McMahon would know this through DTI, and it was led by UP, but it's no longer there now. That insight led to a conversation with myself and Simon to partner as a partner organization to be, the host for this, to be a partner. And then we quickly met, and then we did some benchmarking, and then we went to incubator managers, we asked some questionnaires, as researchers would ask, if you done market analysis, so we did that. And then we found that there is a need, and then we started this year, and then we said, okay, let's do a pilot program. And then we've done, I'm sure Simon will touch base on that. And then, it's very important that a skilled incubator and the leader can have, outside impact, and not only for the founders and support, but also for the community and ecosystem around the team. When the incubators thrive, of course, it helps to generate jobs and also strive innovation and also strengthen local economies. But if incubators struggle, opportunities are lost, as we all know, and that's why the capacity development among incubator managers is such a powerful growth, and we saw this with Mashoro. Lastly, the results of this program, Incubator Manager Development Program, which is new, we don't have it yet in South Africa. Hopefully, I see there's a lot of bidding. Maybe we can work with each university. Professor is here, so that we can find how can preach in a level of, because I'm sure managers have a level of qualification like a diploma. Perhaps can be a 1-year degree, couldn't be an honors degree. So we're gonna work towards that, working with the university, so that we capacitate that. So yeah, that's why I partnered with this gentleman. So he's gonna give some analogy based on that. Thanks, colleagues.
Thanks, Tolokani. It really is indeed a pleasure to be working with you. And I have to say as well, congratulations on your drive behind BIWA. I think this is an amazing organization you're developing, and it's going to grow into something huge, I'm sure. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Mashari, not very much, but just a bit of context so I don't really result in any brand confusion. Just by the way, Mashari comes from a Swahili word, mshari, without the first A, which means to guide or to lead or to give counsel. And that was the sort of direction behind the beginning of the organization. And what we're really all about is we're an organization that's dedicated to helping universities give their students an entrepreneurial mindset and their graduates. That's what we do, we focus on. Sometimes it may be research centers linked to universities, but fundamentally that's who our client base is and what we do. And in doing so, we really believe that if you can sort of take a graduate mindset and give that mindset an entrepreneurial mindset, that's really where you unlock innovation in the world and start sort of changing lives, changing communities, changing regions, changing even the world. So it's really important to us. But there's a second benefit as well. We believe by teaching entrepreneurship, even if a student decides they don't want to go that route, we're giving them a far better option in the marketplace. The type of individual that corporates are looking for are people with an entrepreneurial mindset, people who see opportunity in a different way, who sort of see risk in a different way. So it's a win-win situation for people who go through our programs. So that's what we're all about. And the way we do this, we deliver this mission from an entrepreneurial education platform we've built. And on that platform, we have a number of categories of products. The first one are our virtual incubators, where we take students through a part of the startup process, maybe ideation through to value proposition, and we teach them the entrepreneurs. We teach them, and they build a venture at the same time. So it's highly experiential. The second category are boot camps, where we work with in sort of 5 or 10-day periods, very intense an entrepreneur immersion process. And once again, they build ventures as they learn. And many of our boot camps are with scientists. We also have a type of hackathon called an EPAthon, which stands for Intellectual Property Hackathon, where we work with universities' intellectual property, and we try and work with entrepreneurial students to free up that IP and create ventures out of it. And we also run elective courses where we've sort of taken our virtual incubators, worked with universities, and got our programs accredited, and those are sort of university programs now. So that's who we are, and that's what we've been doing. But what we're talking about now is a new category of product, and that's what today is all about. So I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, who here has some responsibility for designing and running entrepreneurial programs? Put your hands up. Not that many of you. Who of you are running incubators? Okay, and technology transfer offices? Okay. Yeah, I think they are. Of those, how many of you sort of struggle to sort of balance sort of budgets and lack of capacity and sort of ever-increasing KPIs? Yeah. I think I must be touching a nerve. Do any of you find that your students sort of start off as very passionate and very enthusiastic, but over time they sort of get a bit disengaged and a bit non-responsive? Yep, okay. And are any of you ever asked for a report in a hurry where you need to report on your KPIs, what you've achieved, and you suddenly find the data you're looking for isn't available, or you really got to work to find it and put a report together? Okay. Almost there. Do any of you not always have the right mentors in place to support your students? Or you have the mentors and you suddenly find when they work with your students, they sort of go off-piste and they do their own thing and then they're not mentoring the way you want them to? A few nods as well. my last question is, and how many of you sort of had to teach yourself how to manage all these things? How many of you sort of had to get into that incubator and just learn how to do it with no one helping you? Okay, lots of nods and ticks. So that's what this is all about today. So I'm Simon Gifford, as you've heard, and I really understand those frustrations. And I'll explain why. But first of all, I need to sort of, I think, establish my South African credibility. I know I've got a very strange accent. I need to, my how's it credibility, if you like. So I was born in the UK, but I moved to South Africa in my late teens. So I actually ended up schooling in South Africa, in Seapoint, and then in Boksburg, in what was then called the Transvaal, now Gauteng. I've got, I say, my degrees are through UNISA, and I've got an MBA through Cape Town University. So I'm really steeped in South Africa. And although I was born in the UK, I live in Spain for personal reasons. I have a Spanish resident. My heart is South African. So when I bleed Castle Lager and Meerless Rubicon. And it's important. So although I don't live here, I'm very, very passionate about South Africa and Africa, and it's really important for me to give back or help or support where I can. So being here is very special for me because I sort of feel I'm doing that. Thank you very much. Pleasure. You heard my background. I've sort of strategy consulting, a sort of big business, big corporate background before I got into education, which was about 15 years ago. And as a professor at IA Business School, one of my students and I started Mishari together as a sort of a hobby. So we started Mishari 12 years ago. So we've survived the 10 years that the previous professor was talking about. And being an older entrepreneur, I started this when I was 50-something. So we're proving Professor Jacobson correct. And but in sort of developing Mishari and our virtual incubator programs, I faced many of the problems that I've just described. Ourselves, we went through them. But more importantly, we've, in the last 10 years, worked with hundreds of universities around the world. And we've, in the last 5 years, we've trained, educated, given entrepreneur mindset to more than 3,000 students. And probably half of those were from South Africa. So I've seen these problems. I work with incubator leaders, heads of entrepreneurial centers, heads of innovation centers, and I see it time and time again. You're sort of thrown in the deep end. You've just got to sort of get going, do it, and sort of and learn as you go. And it's a very, very tough thing to do. And the problems are not just in South Africa, they're around the world. And I see this job, this sort of incubator leader, it's a really, really important job, and it's a really, really tough job. You know, you've got so many balls in the air, but it's important. What you're doing is creating the future entrepreneurs. And you do that with no training, no development. There's no way you can find that training or development anywhere. And the way we know that is because we did research. When Tobakani and I started talking, we said, is there a course like this? And we did some research. So any of you know Caro Beitendach? If you do. So Caro used to be in charge of, or part of the incubator center at the Technology Transfer Office in University of Johannesburg. We ran many programs with Caro. Then about, I think a couple of years ago, or 18 months ago, she moved to Canada. And when we were investigating this incubator managed development program, I approached her because I thought she might be a great person to work with us. She's a great researcher. She's very steeped in South African incubation space and technology transfer office, but she's based outside of South Africa. She has another perspective now. So we asked her to sort of research the market. And I'm just going to see if this works. I hope it does. Caro couldn't be here today. She's in Toronto, but she made a video.
Hi everyone. Today I am excited to share with you the journey behind the development of the Incubator Managers Development Program, or IMDP, and how it is building the skills and capacity of those leading entrepreneurship support programs. So the IMD was born from a deep process of research We conducted interviews with incubator managers, practitioners, and ecosystem stakeholders across South Africa. From these participants, we heard about real challenges on the ground. We found that many managers felt that they learned on the job with little formal training. There was a lack of structured tools for planning, financing, and managing incubators. And then stakeholders also highlighted gaps in leadership, operations, and sustainability. These voices painted a clear picture. The ecosystem needed a practical, structured training program that is tailored to incubator managers. So during our research, three big findings stood out. Skills gap. So current and aspiring managers lack access to formal professional development. Operational challenges, things like financing, stakeholder management, monitoring and evaluation were recurring problem areas. And then strategic gaps. Few incubators had leaders trained to build long-term sustainability, set clear strategies, or adapt globally recognized best practices. So these insights confirmed the urgency to design a program to upskill incubator leaders. This is how the IMDP came about. We moved from identifying needs to designing a structured learning program. Although our starting point was South Africa, we found strong international parallels. For example, broadened international research into Europe, North and South America shows that incubators and accelerators succeed when leadership capacity and culture are strong. And the same challenges arise when these elements are underserved. The World Bank's research also emphasizes leadership and skills as the main success factor. So while the IMDP is rooted in local experience, it responds to a global challenge. That is, incubator managers everywhere need structured support and upskilling. So from our research, we developed the Incubator Manager Development Program. And this program is divided into two main parts. So part one speaks to operational excellence. It focuses on the day-to-day running of incubators. Module topics include things such as planning, financing, stakeholder engagement, program delivery, monitoring and evaluation, and technology tools. Part two emphasizes strategy and leadership. This will focus on building long-term sustainability and vision. It will include modules that are focused on leadership skills, strategic planning, ecosystem partnerships, and innovation management. So together, these pillars ensure managers are not just efficient operators, but also visionary leaders in shaping the future of entrepreneurship ecosystems. In closing, the IMDP is about equipping incubator managers with tools, skills, and confidence to create lasting impact. It draws from local realities in South Africa, but speaks to global needs. Because whether in Johannesburg, Nairobi, Toronto, Sao Paulo, incubator managers face many of the same challenges. The IMDP, we are building a community of professional, skilled leaders who can drive entrepreneurship and innovation.
I'll pass your clapping on to Caro. It's interesting that when she started doing the research, she said, you know, this guy, Tobakani Loza, wrote his thesis on incubators. I said, really? And it was really very good. So it became part of the basis to our research. I read it. Well, I didn't read it. ChatGPT read it and gave me a summary. And it was really good. And what we decided to do is, so we sort of validated that the problem existed through our research. We still weren't sure whether there'd be customers for this. So Tobakani and I made a deal. We said we're going to use real entrepreneurial thinking. We put together a landing page, quite a good landing page. We're going to put that out there. And the deal is with us, with B, where we have a revenue sharing deal where they bring in the customers and we deliver the course. And I said to Tobakani, if you can find 10 customers inside a month to sign up, then we're going to run this program. I will design it and we'll put it together, which is a lot of work, and we'll deliver it. Inside of it. If you can't find 10 customers, the whole project's off. So on day 2, I think we had 12 customers already. So we were way ahead. I think we ended with 49 people signed up for the pilot program. So we validated not just the problem existed, but the customers were there as well, which is why we moved forward. So what are the program objectives? First of all, to strengthen the leadership capacity of incubators and this is wider than South Africa. This is going to be South Africa, Africa, the world, but South Africa is our initial target market. Secondly, to provide those participants with real, practical, applicable tools they can take away and they can use on the same day in their own incubator. Thirdly, to support sustainability, to try and help the leaders of incubators, accelerators, make their programs and their institutions sustainable. And that doesn't mean they have to be purely their own revenue coming in, but not just perhaps one source of revenue. So how do you make this something that's going to last for the future? And to build networks, as Caro said, to build a community of incubator leaders where we can learn from each other and deliver together. So why build the program? First of all, there's a real gap in the skills, as we saw. The entrepreneur ecosystem is demanding more and more of incubators. There's more students who want to become entrepreneurs, who want to experiment with entrepreneurship. In South Africa, the need for entrepreneurship is dramatic given the unemployment situation here. It's really, really, really critical. And we want to try and enhance the success rates, not just more people through the incubator, but more people more successfully through the incubator programs. And lastly, you don't need an MBA to run an incubator. You need an MBE, which is a master of everything. You need to be people who you can deal with your stakeholders, you can deal with students, you need to be a financial whiz to keep this thing going. You need to be looking for funding. You need to be a great program manager, great project manager, great leader. It's amazing what I'm in awe at you who run incubators and run centers of entrepreneurship. It's a very, very demanding job, and that's why we put this thing together. So I'll take you through the program structure. We have 8 modules, and each module will take 2 weeks to run. The first is all about strategic planning and effectiveness in program design. So how do you design the right programs for the right students, but at the same time making sure you're hitting your KPIs, you're doing what your funders need. Secondly, thinking about the finances of the incubator. So how do you become sustainable? What is your revenue model? Where do you find other streams of income? How do you perhaps optimize your resources to get other income? So help you think about not just the finance of an incubator, but how do you become sustainable? And at the same time in that module, we talk a little bit about how you teach entrepreneurs, your student entrepreneurs, about finance as well. The third module is all about resource and space optimization. And this is not just physical space, it's also digital space. And how do you make the most of what you've got? We had a great webinar as part of this program with Brandon Paschal from Launch Lab in Stellenbosch the other day, and he was talking about how they'd been lucky enough to be given a building that they weren't paying for, and they used that to build a co-working space which basically funded all their other activities. So it was a great use of their resources. And we think of a lot of creative ways about how you use your resources, and also right down to how do you actually physically lay out your resources? What should your maker space look like, and how should that fit in? The fourth is all about leveraging digital tools, and especially now artificial intelligence. You're not going to grow and scale your incubator successfully unless you are really using technology to its optimum. And there are so many opportunities out there now with AI. It is incredible. You know, Clinton and I work so much these days with AI in our virtual incubators, and you can do a huge amount with it. So in this module, we talk about how you can optimize using technology. The fifth module is all about mentoring and evaluation, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. It's something we have to do, but it's also really important to understand what are your KPIs and how you're delivering those KPIs and how you're reporting on those KPIs, and are you actually measuring the right KPIs? And we teach in that particular module also how you can actually develop a simple tool to gather your data and to put together dashboards to report. Module 6 is program design, entrepreneurial mindset development, cohort development. It's all about working with the student cohorts. How do you actually work with them? How do you engage them? How do you keep them motivated? How do you sort of understand what their needs are? How do you sort of build your incubator programs and sort of model around your incubatees? Module 7, mentorship and peer learning and network building. So how you sort of work your inside the ecosystem within, and also how you use that to help your students think about the ecosystem and how they optimize that. And lastly is all about understanding how not every incubator is the same. So if you're running a deep tech accelerator in Silicon Valley, or you're running a township-based incubator in East London, sorry, in Eastern Cape, those are two very, very different incubator programs. And although there are similarities, you need to think about how do you manage them differently, and Module 8 is all about that. So that's what the program looks like. And how it works is we have an interactive online system where our platform is built off a learning management system. And it's an online program that you can dip in and dip out of when you want to. We do have this sort of 16-week program, and we encourage you to sort of get to the 2 weeks by 2 weeks, but people engage when they can and how they can. Just as an aside, we started the pilot program as an 8-week program because we think you need about 6 hours per week to manage this, and we discovered that our pilot participants pushed back, and they said, you know, it's fine for students to work at that sort of level, but you know, we're adults. We've got we're working 12-hour days as it is. Most of us got families. Can you sort of give us a bit more time? Which is why it's become a 16-week program to really fit around the needs of incubator managers. You end up with having very practical assignments. The assignments you do are things that you will practice doing, that you can learn and use in your own incubator. So, you know, I think last week they were developing a dashboard, or a KPI dashboard for their incubator. You have weekly, in fact, 2-week deliverables, so you can work within your own time. We will keep the program open for 6 months, so those who can't finish in 16 weeks don't get kicked out, but it's just better if you can keep moving forward. So we have deliverables every few weeks. And interspersed with everything are global case studies. And global can be local or it can be international. So we use case studies to help you understand what other people are doing. We had a great example the other day with an organization in Toronto, Canada, called Foresight, which is a big climate tech incubator. There's, I think, 40 people working in the incubator, and they spoke to us about how they'd taken a CRM system, a sort of a sales type CRM system, and converted it into a stakeholder management and a venture tracking system. So those sort of case studies are really, really useful, where people are telling you what they've done and how they've done it successfully. And we have simulations built in, where you go through a process where you need to make certain decisions which you will probably have to make in real life, but you can do it in sort of a safe simulated circumstances. So that's how the program works. Very, very interactive. You work in your own time, but we think it's pretty interesting. Lots of different things happening, and it's constructed in a very gamified way to keep people motivated and engaged. So I thought I might give a demonstration of the program, but I think first of all, we are in a short time space, and secondly, I'm nervous of internet technology, so I won't spend too long on this area, but it sort of covers what I spoke about already, the case studies, the peer learning. It's a very intuitive platform, we believe. Once you get going, it's quite easy to use. I say it sort of works like a learning management system. We have all the normal activities. You can see where you are. There's dashboards, there's calendars, there's assignment areas. So it works quite well, and we've proven it. We worked with, say, thousands of students over the last 5 years. So our pilot program is about 2/3 of the way through, and I thought, who could I ask who's been in the program, who you guys know, and would find believable if she said nice things about the program, or not nice things about the program. So I've asked Corin to come back up and talk to us.
I will send my bill, Simon. Hello, everybody. So I'm Karin Snyman, and I am Specialist Student Entrepreneurship at Mandela University. I work within, just to give you some context, I'm within the Mandela University Africa Hub, which is an entity within which reports to the Divisional Vice Chancellor of People and Operations, Mr. Lutando Jack, who I also call the father of entrepreneurship because he's the driver of entrepreneurship at Mandela University and really instrumental in me being in the space. And when Prof. Lose said, Mamkei, you're doing this program, I thought, oh goodness, not another program. But when I started the program, and I'm the one, I think why he asked me is because I got the party started. I started the program, and I can tell you that it is interactive, very visual, and for someone like me who's ADHD, who gets bored very easily, I think it kept me on my toes. I'm lucky to say I'm part of the A team and myself, and so when you join the program, you also get a teammate. So my teammate is one of the panelists, Mr. Pumlani Kaleni, at the back. So we have called ourselves the A team because we are leading the pack right now. Although I haven't touched the program, Simon, in the last week or two because of just busyness. But I think that being part, I mean, any incubator, the success or the failure of an incubator really depends on its internal systems, depends on its consistency of support as well as resource management. These are all crucial parts of making an incubator work. Now, I do not directly work with the incubator. Our hub has various departments, I would say, areas of where we work in. We have our Madibas Youth Entrepreneurship Lab. We focus mainly on student entrepreneurship programs, such as the EDI programs and the student organizations. We then have the incubator, which has a BDO and led by, under the directorship of Prof. Lose. We have the BWA and the cybersecurity part of entrepreneurship, which is under Doc at the back there, who was on the panel. And so we really just a huge entity, just growing itself and really just, but within the incubation space, I do play a support role. I was instrumental in establishing the incubator. And it was a matter of, here's the incubator, a beautiful building, but now what? Because I do not think there's really any person here who is a center manager can really say that you really attended a program specifically designed for incubation managers, right? And this is your answer right there. The IMPD program, the Mashauri program. So I just want to thank the Mashauri team for very relevant, well-structured program. I want to thank you for just, Simon will nag you Clint there will nag you and say, it's time for your assignment, or how are you doing? So they're always checking in on you, and that is what helps me. Also to stay on my toes. You have your teammate, which you need to meet up regularly with, and you need to have minutes of those meetings that you have with your, not minutes, but just of your conversation that you have. You need, it's something which even though maybe you're not an incubation manager, but you're interested in operational excellence of an entity which you run, maybe a hub or any other space where you do innovative work, this is a program which will work with you. So to the TVET colleges who are here today, to the universities, others who are not part of incubation, of such a program, I would suggest that you have the conversation with Simon or Professor Law said to ask, how do I get involved in such a program? And trust me, I'm 58% of the way. I'm very excited, but it's also material which, it's not material that will go to waste. It's something which I will constantly go back to and use because of its dynamic nature. So thank you to Professor Losa also for just saying, Sneman, Mamke, you are now doing this program. So, and if the boss speaks, you listen, right? So thanks, Prof. Losi, for allowing me to be part of that.
Thank you very much. That was, I say, credibility from someone you know and trust, but I'm not quite finished with Corin yet. This is a picture of my son. I'm very proud of my son in Cape Town, and he's wearing a Mashari hoodie, which has like a red cover. It's got a Mashari label, and it says entrepreneur down the sleeve. It's really cool. And to thank Corin for being one of the first people on in our program and for giving that sort of presentation, I have a hoodie for her. Just a little more talking about the pilot program. So we've been, say, running 5 or 6 weeks. What we do is, in any module, there's probably about 4 or 5 different topics, and after every topic, we try and get feedback from the students on the score of, did we do poor, I think okay, good, or fantastic, from a score of 1 to 4. And our scoring so far is running at 89%. So that's the average of every feedback module we've had. So that's telling us that the participants are really getting something out of this and enjoying it. There is a quote there. Oh, there isn't a quote there. From the other part of the A team. It's a bit small for me. I'll read it. From Pumlani, is what sets IMDP apart is that immediacy, strategic clarity paired with simple, robust tools that improve the operations and furnish support right away. From portfolio strategy to M&E, the IMDP delivered practical frameworks that made our decisions faster, our processes cleaner, and our support to founders stronger. Pumlani, thank you for your kind words. So I think just more evidence. And I've got one more. I sent a mail last night from, let me just get this right. From Zandili Nkoko, who is, so half the incubators on our program right now are corporate, and she's with AB and Bev, so she's an SAB incubator. So to show that it works for corporates as well, she says, I'm finding the IMDP training to be incredibly useful and practical. The smart and innovative approaches I'm learning are helping me tackle some of the real challenges I face in building a sustainable incubator. The insights and tools shared are unmatched. They're equipping me to think differently and act more strategically in this space. So hopefully that's enough evidence to sort of say this thing is working and it's really worthwhile. So briefly, the benefits of participating in the program. You're going to become an expert in your field. You are already, but even more expert. Secondly, and quite important, it'll improve your career prospects. So just imagine that if Brandon from Launch Lab decided to go back to the US and they were looking for an incubator manager, and one of you applied, and you had your incubator managed development program qualification, and the other person didn't, you're going to get the job. is really going to boost your career, we believe. Not only make you more effective, but it can be useful in when you're moving around. It'll allow you to impact more students and with greater effectiveness. You're going to give greater contribution to the ecosystem. You'll probably be more sought after in the ecosystem. Your peer learning and networking is really important. As Corin said, we pair you up with another person, so at least you get one second person. And in our webinars, we try and get people speaking to each other. The flexible the flexible online learning allows you to do it sort of in your own time, as if you had any free time. But the free time you have, you can use for learning, and you become part of this ongoing community of qualified learners. So we think the benefits are real. So the good news is we've got a special offer as a good salesman. So the normal price of the program is 49,000 Rand. The next program starting on the 5th of November. So Guy Fawkes Day, we're going to start with a bang. The 60-week program, and as I said, fully online. And for the special offer for the conference is a 30% discount, so that's 34,300 Rand. And all you need to do is apply between now and the close of the conference on Saturday, I think at 5 o'clock the cutoff date is. And there's a QR code if anyone wants to grab it. I'm sure we'll make this available through the program as well. And the process will be, you just need to apply at this stage. We will then, once you've applied, we'll come back to you and we will organize for you either to pay before the program starts, or if your company's paying, which they probably are, to get a procurement order before the time, or else a small deposit. We just need some indication that it's real, because we learned in the first pilot program that wasn't always the case. So there's a QR code. There's also another link to our landing page. And finally, I'm leaving earliest tomorrow morning, but I'm around for the rest of the day. But more importantly, Clint Davies, who most of you know, Clint, wave. Clint will be around. I think there's a small stand outside. If you've got any questions about the program, how it works, he can probably even give you a demonstration. He'll be happy to talk to you more about it. So, so in close, as I said, I start off saying to my future customers, I really, really hope that we can solve some of your problems with this program. It's important to us to do that. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll see you all shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I think the don't let the price scare you, because it's really Simon. Thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's that magical word called lunch. Time to refuel, time to recharge, and maybe pitch your business there in the queue, Simon. And remember that networking happens in lunch. Some of the best business deals were made over lunch, right? And collaborations were built over lunch home. So make that lunchtime conversation count, and then we'll see you back after lunch, where we won't be coming back to this venue, but we're moving into the parallel sessions. What time will we start our parallel sessions? 1:30. At 13:30, we will move into our lunchtime parallel sessions. Thank you, everybody.
Are we good? Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our afternoon session, a parallel session for the second day of our conference. The theme of the track this afternoon is incubation, acceleration, and entrepreneurship support. We have our first presenter here, Mrs. Modiehi, who is going to present the paper titled Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Supporting Informal Women Entrepreneurs. So you have 15 minutes strictly, and then we'll afford our audience 5 minutes of Q&A. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much to you, Doc, for affording me the opportunity, and to the team at large. All right. So my title is on Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Inclusive. So this is a qualitative study on informal women entrepreneurs. So as indicated, my name is Modiehi Nyaile from CUT. So I believe all of us can see this beautiful image that I have actually put on the slide. We can actually see the two parallel differences. So the question now, as we start into my presentation, I want to pose a question, whether are all entrepreneurial ecosystem really inclusive? So from the two images, we can see that the one is truly a sleek startup ecosystem, but the other one, is just a bustling informal market. So on the other one, we see that there is a modern co-working space with digital tools and also a structured collaboration where the entrepreneurs can actually collaborate in a structured manner. But on this other side, we see, a crowded open-air market with grassroots entrepreneurship and lively commerce, but we don't see proper infrastructure, and we also don't see, a collaborated, structured collaboration. So we need then to understand what then is an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So according to the literature, an entrepreneurial ecosystem, it must be an intentional collaborative. So if there's no intention, then there's no way that there can be actually a collaboration. So there must be an intentional collaboration from all the players within the ecosystem. So ecosystem itself is an intentional collaborative network of dynamic socio-economic structures with interacting systems. So if we do have systems, but our systems are not interacting, it means that our ecosystem is actually not conducive for the entrepreneurs. And there must also be subsystems within that particular system that are aimed at enhancing the growth of entrepreneurship in a particular geographical area or environment. So each and every environment has its own distinct, factors. So every environment, every ecosystem must then have its own particular environment that it can be able to provide a conducive environment for growth. So informal women enterprises, why do they matter? Why are they so important? And most of the time, especially in academia, even in industry, we actually often forget informal women entrepreneurs. Or if we do engage with informal entrepreneurs, we just do it as just a tick-the-box exercise. We are never intentional about our informal women entrepreneurs. So informal women entrepreneurs are very crucial as they play a significant role in providing income, employment, and economic stability. Most of us, we are coming from, from locations, from back, from Bokasi. We understand that our mothers, they raised us up, from this substance allowance that they got from their informal enterprises. So it's very crucial in providing income, employment, and economic stability, and also in ensuring that, they are able also to can actually take care of their own families. And we know that if you are able to actually capacitate a woman, you are actually capacitating the entire household. That's why it's very important for academia and for industry to be very intentional when we come to informal women enterprises. And the other important, factor why these informal women enterprises are important is that they serve as lifelines. especially during the COVID era, most of us, we saw how important informal enterprises are because they serve as a buffer, they serve as lifelines for families, and they also empower women, and they foster community resilience. That is what we saw during COVID. And you know, a large proportion of enterprises globally, they begin informally. A large proportion of enterprises globally, not just only in Africa, they start informally. That's why we need to make sure that whatsoever we are going to do for informal enterprises must be able to carry them, you know, even beyond informality through to formalization. So a large portion of enterprises globally, they begin their enterprises operations in informal sector, with estimates indicating over 90% of those enterprises in developing regions, they all start informally. So it must be a burden, not just you know, an academia you know, inclination, but it must be a burden on how are we going to help our enterprises in Africa? How can we help them to stabilize their informal enterprises so that it can be easy for them to go through to formalization? And why do they matter as well is that they contribute approximately 60% of total employment in such economies. So we can never just turn a blind eye on informal enterprises. So the gaps that we found in literature regarding the ecosystem, particularly for informal women entrepreneurs, number one, is that, you know, financial inclusion and access. Most of the informal women enterprises, many of them, they don't have access to finance. They don't have access to finance, and as a result, they are restricted, you know, their ability to invest and even scale is restricted because they don't have that access due to collateral that is required, due to also a high perceived risk by lenders. Many lenders, you know, in industry, they perceive informal women entrepreneurs as high risk, but there are other, you know, in scholarship that indicate that though they may seem as high risk, you know, these women enterprises, they actually, all women entrepreneurs, they are able to actually can repay the debts better than the other male counterpart. So we also need to look into that. And also the problem is that they are also perceived as low rates because of their financial illiteracy. The other gap that we also found in the ecosystem regarding the informal women enterprises is the regulatory and legal gaps. You know, so the legal recognition, many of our informal enterprises, they don't have legal recognition, therefore they don't have formal protection, therefore they are vulnerable to harassment, eviction, and loss of income. If you can just go to our taxi rank, you will see also because, you know, of that there are no coordinated municipal regulations or bylaws. Our informal enterprises are mostly harassed. You know, they are mostly evicted, and they're also prone to corruption because if the people who are supposed to govern, you know, that particular sector, if they come and they just threaten to remove you, you ultimately just succumb to corruption and you begin to pay some fines so that you are able to make sure that you're operating your business so that you're able to put food on the table. The other gap that was found in the ecosystem is the infrastructural and institutional support. So there is a deficit in access to markets and infrastructure. You know, the informal women entrepreneurs, they are struggling. They don't have proper structures. They don't have proper vending zones. They don't have proper business premises. They don't even have proper modern technology, which limit their productivity and which also limit their customer reach. And what we also found in the literature is that there is very few, you know, customized training, particularly for informal women entrepreneurs. It is not readily available. That is customized according to the, you know, the specific geography, according to the context that is found in that particular locality. We don't find it. And what we also found in the literature is that the social and cultural barriers as well, they impede the ecosystem of informal women entrepreneurs. And deeply there, you know, we see deeply rooted gender norms and cultural practices that restrict types of business that women can engage. So you mostly find women enterprises, in catering. You mostly find them, in, just selling vegetables and the like. So there are some norms that restrict women to can only operate within such types of businesses. And because of that, also we see that women also, they are not able to can even own their business properties or even land or asset ownership because of the cultural barriers that we find in the ecosystem. Again, women experience lower public representation and also inadequate support networks. There are no readily networks available for women in formal enterprises. And because of that, they are frequently subjected to discrimination and stereotypes. So these are the gaps that we found in the literature. So the methodology that one would use for this particular study is focus groups. So it will be a qualitative design focusing on focus group discussions. And the participant is informal women entrepreneurs, obviously, the policy makers, and different stakeholders within the ecosystem, so that we can be able to have thematic analysis to uncover gendered dynamics. So the preliminary key findings that we found through our desktop research, number one is that ecosystems truly are not gender inclusive. Ecosystems are not gender inclusive. Support structures such as business incubators, financial institutions, and mentorship platforms, they may consciously or unconsciously favor male-dominated business models. So instead of them coming up with models that are specifically tailored for women in formal enterprises, they just render a blanket approach, leaving women owned informal enterprises marginalized or unsupported. So it's very important for us as academia, as industry that we are here, that we are able to come up with proper business models for informal women enterprises. We cannot apply Western models and even male models to come and help women in informal enterprises. Secondly, women face additional constraints related to household responsibilities, mobility and social norms, which are really addressed by the mainstream entrepreneurship initiatives. So all our incubation or whatever entrepreneurship initiatives that we can come up with, they must be able to truly look into these matters that women, they have household responsibilities. So we can't just shy away from that. We need to be able to come up with solutions and initiatives that will be able to accommodate such responsibilities that women have. And what we also found is that policies are misaligned with informal sector realities. Most of us, we just turn a blind eye to the realities that are found in informal sector. So many of the existing policies are designed with formal sector in mind. Whatever that we are thinking of, initiatives that we come up with, they are truly just, purely, we just have formal sector in mind, never truly taking, cognizant consideration about the informal women enterprises. So this therefore, we see imposing regulations, licensing procedures, sorry about that, licensing procedures and compliance demands that are truly impractical and impossible for women enterprises, and which these women entrepreneurs cannot meet because truly they are truly meant for formal sector. What we also see is the lack of engagement with grassroots women entrepreneurs in policy design. So we need to make sure that whatever policy that we are going to design for informal women entrepreneurs, we need to engage with them. It's truly not fair that you are going to come up with policies and regulations, but you never really sit down and hear the voices of these informal women entrepreneurs. So the lack of engagement with informal women entrepreneurs is truly also a serious impediment. And also when we engage with these informal women entrepreneurs, we need to speak their language. We cannot come and speak the language of academia with people who don't understand what we are talking about. So for the ecosystem to be conducive, these are the things that we need to truly take consideration of. And we, therefore, because we lack the engagement, we inadequately address their real challenges. So whatever that we come up with, it just goes to the surface, but it never deals with the root problems of what our women are facing. Therefore, it results in poor uptake of formalization. That's why in South Africa we don't have appetite for formalization. It's because we lack and we fail during the informal. When our enterprises are still informal, we don't take much consideration and we don't actually have much support for them. So the policy and practice implication then, therefore, it means that we as academia and industry, we need to design and build gender-responsive sub-ecosystems. We need to strengthen networks and partnerships. We need to innovate financing models. We know that our mothers, they do stokvels. So we need to come up with proper channels on how we can actually formalize and properly package those initiatives that are already found in the sector of informality. And we also need to promote digital inclusion and literacy. It's very important. If you want your message of academia so that they can be able to hear and be able to do, we need to also help that. We need to make sure that we promote literacy. And then we also need to shift cultural perceptions. And lastly, what is the role then of incubators for informal women entrepreneurs? So the incubators, if they're going to meet and make sure that the ecosystem is conducive, they need to bridge the formal and informal divide. By what? By step-by-step support for business registration. You cannot come and speak big English to informal women enterprises, tell them to do the impossible if you don't come and actually close this divide. And this should not be, one thing that we just do once, hit and run. It needs to be gradual, step by step. And we also need to have capacity building. We need to train these informal women entrepreneurs. We need to mentor them and also have tailored learning paths. It cannot be that we will teach them whatever that we are teaching in tertiary. It must be tailored, and it must also be within their local context, and language is very important. We need to communicate with them in the language that they can understand so that they can apply the information. Also, access to finance. We need to look on how then the stokvels, these initiatives of finances that are already found within their means, how do we help them? How do we structure them properly? So we need to come up with, microfinances, and we also need to partner with fintech partnerships. We need to also ensure that we do that. And market access is very important. Digital tools. The photo that I put there in my first slide, we saw that, in the ecosystem of, formal enterprises, there is everything that is needed. There is a co-working space, we see laptops, we see proper infrastructure, but the informal enterprises, however, they don't have that. So we need to ensure that there is digital tools. We need to teach them about e-commerce. We need to teach them about branding. How do they brand? Because, our mothers, they don't know how to do that. As long as it's a banana, as long as an apple, it's fine. But how do we teach them to differentiate between their company and the others? And we also need to help them with value chain integration. And what they also need is psychosocial support. There must be peer networks. There must be mentorship. There must also be women-only cohorts. We can't just generalize. There must also be women-only cohorts where they are able to talk heart to one another and be able to learn best practices from one another. And lastly, policy and advocacy. We need to amplify, the incubators must amplify women voices, therefore influencing inclusive policy reform. So every municipality, before it can come and draft informality policies, the voices of the women must be heard. Thank you very much. I will open for questions.
I think we can all feel the passion here. So thank you very much. I see that this is something that is very much close to your heart, and we'll be happy to hear some of the questions or contributions from the floor. Do we have any questions for our presenter this afternoon? Okay, I see there's a hand there. Do we have another roving mic? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. I could definitely relate, being raised by a single grandmother and a single mother, and as a young man, witnessing my grandmother waking up every single day to go and sell. So, my question is on how best can we integrate informal women enterprises in mainstream young women and men mentorship and empowerment to value their resilience, because in most cases when it's focused on one gender per se, it now undermines that some of us draw inspiration from the same women that raised us. So how best do we now integrate these women who are an embodiment of resilience into mainstream mentorship? We don't need a woman who is successful making millions, but how do we bring them so that we understand at core of entrepreneurship is not always the riches, but there is something that drives Uma to wake up even when it's rainy to go and push. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you so much, my brother, for that question. I think one of the important things to do first is to acknowledge that there are informal women enterprises, because the ecosystem already does not acknowledge that they are there. What we do is just generalization. But before we can actually make sure that they are in the we take them through the formalization, the mainstream economy, we need to, number one, acknowledge that they are there, so that we can provide that particular support that is needed, so that we can take them through, so that at the end of the day they are formalized. But if already now we are not acknowledging that there are specific problems that they have and challenges, so we need to first deal with acknowledging that they are there and have interventions that properly are tailored for their real realities, so that we can come up with customized solutions, so that when we are done with that, it's easy for us for actually to take them into the mainstream. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. It's thought-provoking, by the way. When you look at these women we are talking about, one important thing is what drives them is to eliminate poverty in their homes. And when a person is driven by that, it's a person who is who is different from the one who is driven by wanting to have a business. And therefore, the infrastructure available, it's not the same as you are saying. But what I want to know is that there's a wealth of knowledge. I was raised by that mother. She was selling vegetables. I was in a very healthy home. We were eating the most nutritious food because of her. So I was raised by that. I think if you go to Queenstown, everybody knows me because they knew my mother was selling vegetables there. So, but those people, there is knowledge that they carry. There are skills that they have that are not tapped on. And my question is, how do we make sure we understand them first? Because there is a challenge when you work in a university and you go and work with community, especially women. You think you know what you are going to deal with. How do we then approach those businesses in a manner that we learn something from them, because they were sustaining economies and they were making sure they produced graduates. The majority of the mothers I know that were in those stands with my mother have produced quite a number of graduates, even a professor like me. So what I want to know, how do we take that, because there's a wealth of knowledge there, there's resilience, there is grit, which are things that were mentioned this morning by the panel members there when they were sharing with us their experiences. How do we integrate that? There's knowledge there. How do we get that knowledge and integrate it for assisting even those who think they are fluent entrepreneurs, so that they can be able to sustain things that these people have shown us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that question. I think because most of the time we use theory and we use a language that they can't understand. Because we use language that they can't understand, they can't even respond properly, therefore they can't share the knowledge that they have. So for us, if we are dealing with grassroots entrepreneurship, we need to come to their level, Prof. We need to speak the language that they understand. So you cannot come with et al. And according to who. You need to come truly in sincerity and humility and truly speak the language that they understand. I'm coming from Tabong, so we speak Sesotho. So if you want to engage these women entrepreneurs, you need to speak Sesotho. Because when you speak your own language, there is a form of dignity that you actually add to what you are doing. So speaking the language that they understand. While I was doing actually my master's, I was working with informal women enterprises. So I spoke to them in the language that they understood. I was able to deduct information that is very important. So I think number one, speaking the language that they understand so that they can be able to convey the knowledge that they have in the best way possible.
Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm tempted to close the questions. In the interest of time, thank you very much. And those who still would want to engage, I think we can use tea time to engage her more on her research topic. Then I'm going to ask the next speaker, the next presenter, to come, and that is Mr. Gibson Maziri here and his colleagues. Then I'm going to allow Mr. Sophie to come and do the presentation. If Mr. Gibson shows up, we'll take the next slot. Thank you. So, as he comes to the podium, his title of research is Modeling a Project-Based Entrepreneur Training and Development Program for Unemployed Kailicha Youth. So, thank you so much. You take over, it's 15 minutes, and then we'll have 45 minutes Q&A.
Yeah, I'm tall, actually. 1, 2. Yeah, what a powerful presentation we just received. I think I must appreciate the previous speaker. Thank you so much for the passion. My name is Siabela Sopi, a doctoral researcher with CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Please allow me to greet you, ladies and gentlemen, and program director. I think mine is not going to be a long presentation. I'm here today, and gratefully so, to share the findings of my research, which is titled Modeling a Project-Based Entrepreneur Program for Kailicha. I grew up in Kailicha. Those who don't know Kailicha, it's based here in Cape Town, one of the most informal settlements within the country, and also one of the most largest communities within the country. The study was supervised by the retired Dr. Larry Jowa from CPUT. I think, as the case of introduction, it is no secret that we are suffering from severe poverty and unemployment, particularly amongst young people. If we to appreciate the stats, in Q2 of 2025, South Africa's official unemployment rate was 33.2%, while the youth unemployment rate aged 15 to 34 remained very high at 46.1%. I'm sure we know what that means, and I'm sure the whole house here has an appreciation of stats. We are facing major challenges. So the study seeks to look at economical options or perceptions about how we can overcome these challenges. As I dive deep to my presentation, the problem statement: Kailicha is one of the largest townships in the country, suffers from extreme poverty, and that is no secret. Although the government provides funding for startups, my study showed that many young people aged between 15 to 34 in Kailicha still struggle to access such opportunities. There's bureaucracy, there's red tape, there's just everything. There's systemic issues, there's structural issues. I think we're gonna dive deep when I conclude. The study aimed to promote entrepreneurship as a solution to unemployment by creating a model or a theoretical approach that gives young people in Khayelitsha the skills, mentorship, support they need to start and sustain their own businesses, thereby improving their lives and the lives of their communities. The methodology that was deployed on the study employed a mixed research methodology, which appreciated both qualitative and quantitative. The quantitative side ensured that we zoom closer in the correct patterns, the measurable patterns and trends, while the qualitative side ensured that we give appreciation to the insights and the experiences of young people within Khayelitsha. The whole idea was to ensure we leave no stone unturned. We wanted to capture almost everything that exists within the community. Population and sampling. The study focused on the youth in Khayelitsha. So we drew the participants from a database that is stored under the Khayelitsha Development Forum. The Khayelitsha Development Forum is a development institution that is mainly responsible for the development of the community. So they have a database of all the stakeholders within the community. The elderly that are running businesses, the youth that are running businesses, the kids that are at school, the young ones that are in sport. So when you want to conduct research, one of the key stakeholders would be the Khayelitsha Development Forum. We also had an ethical clearance or a consent from the City of Cape Town to access their database, where we're looking at young people who are residing within the community of Khayelitsha who also have something to do with entrepreneurship. Random sampling was applied to ensure fairness and to give every young person within the community an opportunity to participate or to be selected as a participant. We didn't want to select our friends. We didn't want to select our colleagues. We didn't want to select the people we associate or the people that we know. We wanted to ensure that everyone has the fair chance to be selected to be part of the study, so that reliability of the findings can be fair and realistic. Just to give a breakdown of the age so that we can confirm that exactly we engage the relevant stakeholders as we have claimed in the previous slides. If you take a closer look into what I've presented there, you can see the majority of the people that engaged the study were the youth as defined by the Constitution. And we also made reservations for those ones like myself who recently graduated from youthness, but we're still mindfully young people. We still engage with youth activities. We still have like association with youth activities. Those would be your 36-year-old, 37-year-old, but below 40. We still see them as young people and we still see them as the youth of the country. The exposure. I think here we were trying to understand what was the level of exposure to the young people, what level do they have to entrepreneurship or to businesses. We asked them if they have anyone in their lives that is running or has run a business before. And the findings, if you look at the majority of the people, of the young people that consume the study, they agree that yes, indeed, we are related or we have relations to people that are running businesses. And I'm sure you can agree with me that business in Khayelitsha, it's not a foreign item. It's something that exists because these people are from Khayelitsha and they've confirmed that yes, we have people, we are exposed to people. It's either their families, others they are friends, others we know them but we're not close, but we have access to them. So this just confirms that business in Khayelitsha by young people, it's not a foreign item. So we also engage the participants into understanding their appetite in establishing or running their own businesses. And again, the findings show that majority of young people in Khayelitsha, they then confirm that yes, we are interested into running the businesses or into establishing our businesses. Some said we are in the process of running those businesses. Some confirmed that we have tried to run these businesses, but they failed. What we're trying to achieve with this question was the appetite. Is there an appetite to run a business? As you can see with the findings, a small portion, they literally said, no, we are not interested. We want to be employed. and which is rightfully so. And we had to record that because it's something that we want to show it does exist. We didn't want to paint a picture that in Khayelitsha, every young person that is there, they're interested into running businesses. I can confirm today, some of the people, young people within the community are not interested. As per the findings, we have 6% of them. We also wanted to get an understanding of their qualification, levels of qualifications. And I can confirm we are educated in Khayelitsha. Most of young people that have consumed the study have grade 12. We have some, about 23%, we have diplomas, 20%, they have degrees, and the other 4% have your management development certifications, those short courses. But this has to confirm that indeed the youth of Khayelitsha did not waste time and not go to academics. We went to academics and we got educated. We received training. Before I conclude, some of the findings that are not so kind but realistic and are truly, truly in touch with the ground, I'm sure you can see on what I've presented behind me. I think common challenges faced by entrepreneurs in Khayelitsha, if you look at the percentages, they should be telling you something. About 70% of the participants, they made it clear that they lack training and mentorship when it comes to entrepreneurship. I'm sure colleagues, you can understand what does it mean. It means that we need more of training, we need more of incubations that can be located within the community of Khayelitsha. About 65% of them, they say they have limited access to funding. And this is no secret, and I'm sure probably 100% of us in the room have seen these challenges or have read these challenges. So the study was actually confirming what is already known. So now if someone says they have limited access to funding and government would say, but we have funding, but government won't speak about the red tape, the bureaucracy, the lengthy processes. If you apply for funding as a young person, it doesn't take less than 6 months for your funding to be approved. And your business at times, and most of the time, is solely reliant on that funding to exist. So these are the challenges that we've been facing. I won't go through them. Hopefully, if you want to access the study, it is documented and stored at CPUT library. You can search Siabela Soap and then you have access to the full study with all the findings. As I conclude, the study concludes that although Khayelitsha faces deep-rooted social and economic challenges, entrepreneurship stands out as one of the most viable and sustainable solutions to address chronic poverty and unemployment. However, the current environment still lacks the necessary structural, financial, and cultural support to enable entrepreneurial growth within the community. Further, the study suggests using a project-based entrepreneurial program in Khayelitsha that includes not only training but also mentorship, support hubs, easier business registrations, and financial help. This can help young people to start their businesses, and also they can even serve and create sustainable jobs for the community. Future studies can look at this study, and also they can use it as a benchmark, and they can maybe contribute further so that we can continue to build that program that will speak to Khayelitsha. And remember, once it speaks to Khayelitsha, it can easily be benchmarked to other communities, your Soweto, your Tembisa, your Mtansane, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Wow, amazing. I think this is a very important topic with interesting findings at the same time. And what I learned from this is that we still have a long way to go if there are still many youth who are not interested in starting something of their own to change the status quo in our country, looking at the high unemployment rate, poverty, and many other ailing elements and situations in our society. That means we still have a lot of work to do. But with that said, I'm going to open the floor for questions, maybe 2 or 3. Are there any hands that goes up? We have one here for the Ruby mic and my colleague here in the middle.
Thank you for a very interesting and relevant presentation. I noticed when you had the various factors on the constraints, the one that came last there was role models. Personally, I think that's probably quite an important one, and people aren't always aware of it. So I just wonder if you can comment on your view on that. And again, my perception is that there are role models for many of our youth, but they're the wrong ones. So maybe if you could just comment on that, please.
No, 100%. In principle, correctly so. This is the most important one. And they are role models, but how we've been programmed, the minute you make it, like in Kailicha or any township, the minute you make it, making it simply means the minute you say you get that paying job that gives you 7 numbers, the first thing you'd want to do, you leave the streets, you leave the community, you reside outside the community to an extent, you no longer go there. Now, to some point, the generations that grew in that community, they start losing the essence of role models because they can no longer engage you like you used to be within the neighborhood. I think what needs to happen, unfortunately there's crime, but what needs to happen, we need to find ways, even if we leave, but we need to find ways to go back to plow. There's someone who mentored me to be here today, someone mentored me, and he ensured while I'm in Kailicha, but I'm taken care of in terms of knowledge. Now, we ended up making or relating to wrong people. We end up relating to criminals because how the country's even set up, criminals, they make it. And I have to go and study 7, 8 years, but the guys to go rob a bank and they make it and they build big businesses. And young people, they start making role models from those ones. And those ones, they don't leave the community. That's why you'd find that people, they only relate to them. They stay there. Us who get educated, we get educated and then I go and stay in Sentin. I don't no longer visit the community at all. But I think it's really something that needs to be given the much needed attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Sopi. I think to me, I'm more interested to poke your thinking, understanding that within the entrepreneurship environment, you've got various incubation models, approaches, and so forth. Now, when you speak of a project-based approach into support or implementing entrepreneurship programs, what are the key pillars that you see on your side? Over and I see the mentorship and the training and so forth. But from your side, what if you've actually gone to that level, what are the unique pillars that you think that a project-based approach would actually be able to strengthen the interventions of entrepreneurship development within a township like Kailicha, understanding that there's already been other interventions that have been done through incubation and so forth. I just want to hear your thoughts. I know it may be something that you have not yet gone into detail, but I see you speak about future studies and so forth, and maybe your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, President. I think what's more important is currently and how we see things based on direct experience. Most of the entrepreneurial interventions within communities like Kailicha, when they are delivered to us, they do appear to be just tick box exercises. Someone needs to go back and report. Someone needs to go back at the end of the day and say, we did an intervention in Kailicha. But they lack the quality aspect. So that's where project-based comes into play, because if we to projectify the whole process, it means there are 3 constraints that we will actually compel to, which is the quality, the scope, and the budget. So if we to utilize the project management, I come from a project management background, so if we to utilize the project management methodological way of doing things, it means if anyone was to come to me and request for a report, that report will be based on the quality of what we've delivered. And the quality of what we've delivered is not measured on the output, but is measured from the day we plan that project. But projectifying it, it also makes it easy to benchmark. If President Sotiwa comes to me and says, Sophie, I'm in Eastern Cape, I want to benchmark this. If it's a tick box exercise, I can't give you anything concrete. I'll just give you a form to tick, but you attended or you ate, and what's your view? Give us a feedback. But if there are quality models, there is budget models, there is cost models that we need to adhere to, I think for me it will make sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe let's take the last one. Is that the same lady or the next one? Okay, please make it brief, Prof, we ask.
I want to know how willing are you to have an interdisciplinary study? Because there is the need for a psychological aspect of what is going on in these townships. Because we cannot run away from the fact that South Africa has been, influenced highly by psychological aspects politically, from apartheid to the liberation of having everything for free. So, I want you, therefore, to integrate the psychological aspect in what we are doing. Because the reason why our young people don't want to move at some point is because they were promised freebies. And that's a psychological, deep challenge we have in our democracy. So I'm pleading to you to integrate, work with a psychologist and teach us more.
Thank you so much, Prof, and appreciate it.
Okay, can you please start again? Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to add to what Prof has just said is that I've listened in Kailicha. There's a problem that happened in the Cape. So, and maybe because I can only talk for Cape Town, because I'm a Cape Town born child. When we were young, after school, there was a 3 to 7 o'clock program that helped us with sports, homework, cooking, and everything else. So we were kept busy whilst our parents were still at work. And the city of Cape Town stopped that project. There were drum majorettes, there were scouts, and all those things that we did. And now if you go back into the townships, there is nothing that is done. My husband works in Mfuleni. There's a center there, and it's an NGO-based company, whereas now government is no longer taking part into that. So please look into those things and add it on to your study to say, how can we challenge what used to happen and what is no longer happening in the current times? I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you. You have been a good audience this afternoon. We have come to the end of this first session. We'll go for a little stretch, 15 minutes break, and then we come back to the second session of our parallel discussion in the afternoon. Thank you. You want to continue?
Okay, thank you for joining us for this second leg of today's parallel sessions. And I'm looking forward to the presentations and the engagements and the discussions, thereafter. And without, further ado, I just would like to check if Miss Yolanda Nyolukana is in the room. Then maybe Dr. Justice Wesonga. Then we have got Mr. Philip Majeke and Miss Valerie Naidu. So those are the three presenters that are going to present in this session. And it looks like all of them are not here. Let me say yet, because I'm still hopeful that maybe they will join us. So let us give a moment and see if they will not arrive. Quarter two. So maybe with your permission, maybe let's take a decision. Can we agree? Can we accept it that our presenters maybe you've been absent or you've gone a war, and then not unless we have got somebody who knows that maybe one of them is coming. Miss Yolanda Nyokulana, Dr. Justice Wesonga, then Mr. Philip Majeke and Miss Valerie Naidu. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you at least for offering to be here as the audience. Thank you very much.